possible place, struggling with the disease of addiction, struggling with depression, struggling with not fitting in. And what I know is this: in my travels, in my coaching, in my events that I'm given an opportunity to speak at, that possibly some of you sitting out there may have something similar that causes you on occasion to worry just a little too much, that causes you to be caught up in the conversation of the past, that may even have you at a place where you feel kind of stuck. But today, I promise you, if you would be willing to take the time, the energy to allow an understanding of the process and begin to bake it, don't microwave it, I believe we can get to the point where we'll be able to all rejoice and say, don't worry, let it burn. And what does that process look like? Well, as I mentioned to you, I had a few encounters with some undesirable things taking place in my own life where I was strung out on crack cocaine, feeling as though because life had dealt me some blows that weren't necessarily what I had expected or set out to accomplish in life. And during those times, you know, again, when I was walking the streets of Decatur, tore up from the flow up, y'all. Broke, busted, and disgusted, feeling like nobody understood what was going on. Perhaps that's been you on occasion. You've had some things that you just vowed you would take to the grave with you because you were so shamed. You were so full of guilt. You were so full of embarrassment. But today I want you to, don't worry, let it burn. Begin to understand that some of those encounters were by design. Some of those things that you encounter were there to help build the very fiber of your character, not only today, but was yet to come. Because as you pursue getting to that point where you can live your best life, we're going to have to trust the process. None of us are perfect. There's only one of those, and neither you nor I are that perfect being. And so I'm pretty confident that most of us at some point in time have had to get to a place where got to be able to realize that some of the things we encounter, they didn't feel too good. They may not have tasted too good. They may have been downright painful on occasion. But today we're going to help you get to that place where you can quit worrying, baby, and let it burn. And why is it that I suggest this? Well, if you know, like I know, like I pray you will know after this broadcast, understanding births knowledge. You know, I'm reminded of a quote that says, you don't have to be great to start, but you got to start to be great. And if you're going to pursue being at a point where you can live your best life, one of the things that you might find helpful is, instead of looking at those different encounters, those circumstances, those situations that have surrounded you and possibly even found their way dominating your thought process, if you began to ask a different question and seek to understand what was going on in the midst of those times where perhaps you felt like you didn't fit in. What was going on when you went and you put everything you had into it based upon what you were equipped with at that time, and you really didn't fully see the entire picture playing out. What was required was that you would get a better understanding. See, when we understand things differently, the outcomes and the perceptions that we have will eventually get to a point where you, I, those around us, we'll be able to birth new perspectives. We'll begin to birth new ideas. We'll begin to birth a level of confidence that'll enable us to quit merely existing and begin to live, guys. And not only just live, but tell you what, we're going to get to that placement where we can live your best life. And processing some of those different things can be painful. Processing those things and encounters that have taken place in your life that were undesirable, at times it requires the assistance of someone who's trained, who's got a conscious ear to be able to hear attentively without judgment, hear with the understanding that as you move through those different encounters, as you get to the place where, you know what, you're able to take that shame, that guilt, that feeling of frustration, possibly even toss him into this guy back behind me and just let him burn, because there's no need to hold on to it. There's no need to worry. There's no need whatsoever to find yourself caught up in that constant cycle of playing a tape over and over and over and over again. Eventually, when you stop asking yourself, well, why did this happen to me? And begin to ask, what was it that was intended for me to learn in that process? Begin to ask yourself, was the situation or the encounter that I went through for me? Or was it possibly to equip me as I move into living my best life to birth something new that could be able to help someone just like you? I don't know who I'm speaking to specifically, but I got a sneaky suspicion. If you're listening to this Live Your Best Life broadcast, there's probably some understanding that still needs to happen. Perhaps you may even need to take a step back and just kind of reflect upon what's happening. Think about the fact that maybe, just maybe, there was a purpose behind those encounters that you had to endure. Maybe, just maybe, there was something on the other side of that frustration. There was something on the other side of that disappointment. There was something on the other side of those obstacles that you've encountered in life. Today, I believe you are ready to stop worrying and just let it burn, baby. Go through the process. Be willing to open yourself up to the possibilities of things you haven't yet seen. Because again, you don't have to be great to start, but you got to start to be great. And as you move forward, I'm confident you're going to find yourself at that placement where you've gone through the process, you begin to get a better understanding. And once you do, what I believe is going to take place is that you're going to embrace the fact that you've got to reinvent yourself. The third point we want to cover today being that in the BURN acronym of R. Reinvent yourself. What does that mean? What does it look like? Well, tell you what, when I found myself at a point where I was really able to say, maybe, just maybe, being a crack addict was not my plight in life. Maybe, just maybe. That time I spent in the trap, lost, confused, dazed, depressed, unable to feel as though I fit in, and unable to feel as though I belonged. And I reached out for the help that I needed, and I said, you know what? It's time to quit worrying. It's time to let it burn. And as a part of that burning, what I've realized is that I can start my life over just like you can start your life over any time we choose. And what's the best time to do that? How about right now? Because tomorrow's not promised to us. How about right now? You, I, those around us, we can actually take a moment and reinvent ourselves. What does that reinvention look like? Does it cost me a lot of money? Is it going to be something that's painful? Well, probably not, because I'm going to give you a couple of quick tips that you can use right away that don't cost you not one dime. Reinvention might just entail understanding how to become grateful for the small things. Yeah. Because what I know is this, that your attitude is directly related to your altitude. And as you pursue the possibility of not merely existing any longer, but starting to live and live your best life, what I know is this, it might require a little bit of reinvention. That reinvention, it could entail picking up a book, listening to some motivational wisdom, beginning to seek out and have conversations with individuals that appear to have gotten things that you have been struggling with figured out. Don't be too proud. You know, I found myself on occasion at that place where it seemed as though I had to take the world on by myself. I know you've been there. That's right. There was nobody who understood. There was nobody who could possibly relate. I'll tell you what, let the guards down. Begin to reinvent your thought process. Begin to reinvent the circle of friends that you have around you. Begin to reinvent the things that you give your attention and thoughts and energy to. You might just find that the life that you once had will begin to turn around in a way that you can begin to stop worrying and just let it burn, baby. Just let it burn. Understand that as part of that reinvention, it's going to stretch you. You might have to even do some things that you've never done. Because I'm reminded of a quote by one of my surrogate mentors that said, you got to take that first step. When? Right now. When? Right now. When? Right now. Take that first step. Even though you can't see the entire staircase, because I know this to be true, success, it happens outside of the comfort zone. Success and being able to live your best life, it's not going to just happen because you're sitting idly by and allowing things to take place and that things are just expecting things are going to just fall in your lap. In order to live your best life, you have to do a little bit of reinvention. Some of that reinvention may entail changing the people, places, and things that are in your life. Reinvention, it might take a little bit of pulling back off of some of the things that you've been feeling were previously worth your attention. Reinvention, it may even mean that you just got to sit tight every now and then and reflect. Seek some new understanding. Engage yourself in some new activities. Perhaps even allow someone to come alongside you that's been there, done that. What you will find is along that journey, you're probably going to encounter some new revelations. Along that journey, you're most likely going to find that, maybe, just maybe, those different obstacles, encounters, setbacks, times that I was overlooked, were not necessarily as bad as you initially thought. Maybe even just maybe, you might find that the results you start to see materialize within your life as you go through this reinvention will open up doors, open up opportunities, take you places you may never have imagined you'd be. I promise you, 10 years ago, I had no idea I'd be sitting possibly doing a video like this to help encourage you to live your best life. While I was squandering and out there in the traps, chasing one more crack rock, because I didn't really want to deal with the reality at the time. I didn't understand the reality that was going on. I didn't want to put the energy in a step beyond the circumstances, the setbacks, the obstacles, like some of you that are sitting out there might be battling with at this very moment. But here's what I know, guys. Reinvention can take place at any time you desire. And I know you can do it, because I know if you're listening to this broadcast, you're looking to live your best life. And I want you to know that you know that you know that you don't have to worry. You can just let it burn. And so our final point that I want to share with you today is, as a part of that journey of getting to a place where you can let it burn, you're going to have to begin to know how to negate negativity. Wait a minute. You mean just because I raised my hand and said, hey, I don't want to do the same things expecting that I'm going to get a different result. I'm now going to change the people I hang out with, the places I go, the things that I do, the items that I allow to occupy my space. You mean that people aren't going to be shouting and cheering me on? No, they're probably not. In fact, there's going to probably be some voices that just come out of the woodwork that remember back when, that'll try to pull you back into that mindset, those setbacks, those obstacles, those things that didn't quite go the way that you wanted to. You're going to probably have some people that are even close to you. yeah, real close to you. Might even be your blood relatives that might just try to suck you back down into the days of yesteryear. That might try to pull you down, although they know and see that and believe that you might actually be able to come on up out of that funk that you're in As you begin to pursue living your best life, guess what, guys and gals? You're going to have to negate negativity. And what does that look like? Perhaps it may mean that we no longer are going to engage in hanging out at the club. It may mean that we're going to have to stop going around certain people. That doesn't mean you have to stop loving them. That doesn't mean that you totally stop communicating, but you might want to consider minimizing the impact that those negative encounters have. And guess what? If you're not around them, you're not engaged in them, you're not actively pursuing negative things, what might just happen is you'll begin to see a new life begin to unfold for you. Because if you don't worry and simply let it burn, by using the strategies that we've shared with you today, by getting to a point where you are, first of all, willing to understand and allow the process to take place. When you get to the point where you can bake it, don't microwave it, you're probably going to realize that, baking enables things to taste a lot better than if I just pop it in the microwave for a few seconds. Baking it, don't microwaving it, is probably going to get to a point where the temperatures are even enough that they cook everything and allow those different circumstances in your life to fully evolve into the beautiful tasting life that you want to live. Getting to a place where you can actually begin to embrace the understanding that'll birth new life, that will begin to birth the promise that you can live your best life as opposed to merely existing. While in the process of getting to where you are excited about the reinvention that's going to take place, excited about the new relationships that you're going to have, excited about the new wisdom that you're going to garner as a process of just simply being grateful on a day-to-day basis. And then lastly, get into that place where you expect and are prepared, braced to take on the negative naysayers that may have the undying desire to try and pull you down. But you, I know that you are ready to live your best life. I know that you are ready to quit worrying and just let it burn. So I tell you what, here's what I want you to do. I want you to take a pen, I want you to take a piece of paper, and I want you to write down all of those things that have been holding you back. Yeah, go ahead and take a moment and just jot down a few things in your life that have been preventing you from being the best you that can possibly be. I want you to take a moment or two to really and truly honestly look yourself in the mirror. And we can't overlook the three at me. You got to take ownership of the part that you played in it. Don't hang out there too long, don't ponder it, but just write down all of those things that have been holding you back. And once you've got that list together, you might even want to pause this video, because the list, for some of us, that list might be pretty long, and that's okay. Some of us, we might not be able to come up with a very long list. That doesn't matter. The exercise is all about trying to get it out of you. And so if you can actually list out those things that have been holding you back, that keep you up at night, that keep you from walking in the greatness for which you were created, go ahead, take a few moments. Write those down. You got them? All right, so here's what I want you to do. I want you to take all those things that have been holding you back, all those things that have been preventing you from living your best life. And whether you have a real fireplace or you got to go get one, I want you to just toss them in the fire and let it burn. Hey guys, this is Dr. Ed Womack, the life and leadership strategist, and you know I'd be remiss if I didn't leave you with this. Good, better, best, we can't let it rest until our good is our better and our better is our best. And I promise you, if you will quit worrying and simply let it burn, that's right, bake it, don't microwave it. Know that as you go through the process and begin to evaluate the things that have happened in your life, they weren't by happenstance. Some of them were there to design and develop the character that you need to be able to quit existing and start living your best life. Be willing also to know that sometimes we got to step outside of our comfort zone, and it doesn't always have to cost us to be able to do so. Sometimes it can begin with something as simple as becoming grateful on a regular basis, becoming a student of what it is that you want to be, and know that you can reinvent yourself right now. You can start that process and continue to move through that cycle of reinvention, so that when the naysayers come at you, you can negate that negativity and say, baby, I don't worry. I'm just going to let it burn. And when you do, boy, stop. We'll see you at the top, because the bottom's entirely too crowded. You know what? Because you've taken the time to listen to this amazing broadcast and this great event of Live Your Best Life, I want to do something extra special for that person that's willing to take the charge of no longer worrying and beginning to let it burn. Today, I want to give you something special, totally free, don't cost you nothing. All you got to do is type the keyword extend today with no spaces. Extend today. And this is only for those that are really well ready to do the work. It's only for those that are charged up and they know that they don't have to worry anymore. They're ready to let it burn. If you type extend today to 555-888, I got something extra special for you, and I promise you, it'll help you rise to the top. Hey guys, it's Dr. Ed Womack, the Life and Leadership Strategist, saying to you, don't merely exist. Let's begin to live. And not just live, let's live your best life. Peace and blessings, y'all. This is Dr. Ed. I'm out of here until we connect again.
I am so excited about the opportunity to share with you my tips for moving beyond the roadblocks today. What roadblocks, you may ask? The ones that we face in everyday life. We may refer to them as something other than roadblocks. We may call them problems or obstacles, or if we're being selective about our words, we may even refer to them as challenges. Whatever we choose to call them, one thing that I know, as sure as my name is Ruben, is that we're all going to face them. We're all going to face roadblocks, problems, challenges, obstacles in life. I once heard someone say that we're either in three places in life. We're either in the midst of a storm, we just left a storm, or we're headed into a storm. But today we're not going to focus on the storm or the roadblock. Today, what we're going to focus on is what do we do when we come to that roadblock? What do we do when we come to that place? When life has been moving along just fine and we're what we consider to be happy. I mean, things are going good. Things may even be doing what we consider as great. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, we're faced with this problem, this roadblock. We're faced with this issue. And it changes our world. It changes everything that we thought we knew about life, about our direction, about our plans, our hopes, our dreams. and life as we once knew it will never be the same again. What do we do in that critical moment? You see, that decision, that moment, it can either put us on the path of our God-ordained destiny, it can trap us in the sea of complacency, or it can put us on a downward spiral of despair. Today, what I'm going to share with you is what I've learned on my journey, how to face those roadblocks. You see, I've been driving since I've been old enough to drive, and when we're driving down the road and we come upon a roadblock, typically what we do, we think about where we're going, and we follow that alternate route, that detour per se, right? We don't just quit. For me, when I came up on a crucial roadblock in 2009, I decided to do just that. You see, in spite of all of the things that everybody said that I had going for me, the good job, the great support system, the family, the friends, the being able to meet all my needs and most of my wants, to be able to travel, to do all of those things, in spite of all those things, in spite of having a life that people said that they would trade me for, that people told me often that I just didn't know how good I had it. What they didn't know is that while I was somewhat a public success, I was a private failure. And that I was fighting this battle that I had been fighting for most of my adult life. And in 2009, I was tired. I was tired of smiling when I felt like crying. I was tired of living a life of what I felt like was pretend. I was actually tired. What I thought of was that I was tired of living. And I made a decision. For the second time in 4 months, I made the same decision to just give up. Ruben, what did you take? Ruben, open your eyes. Ruben, stay with us. Ruben, Ruben, Ruben. That's all I heard as they were beating on my chest, trying to keep me awake, trying to keep me conscious while the paramedics made it on scene. Because that day I was so tired that sitting in church, a place that should be a place of peace, I found my peace in a pill bottle. And I took a handful of pills because I said I just didn't want to do it anymore. So when I talk to you about roadblocks, I know about roadblocks. You see, my major roadblock was living with clinical depression, was living untreated with clinical depression, which can be fatal. So I attempted to take my life not once, but twice that year. Lucky for me, I didn't take enough of those pills to do any permanent damage. I didn't take enough of those pills to cause me to lose my life that day. Lucky for me, I survived my own attempt for the second time so that I could continue on and carry out my assignment. So now I talked to you about being in a car and about coming down the road and coming to that place where you come up on this roadblock. And like I said, we don't just get out the car. We don't stop. We just quit. We think about where we want to go. What is it we're trying to do? Where's the place that we're trying to get to? And you see, that's my first tip for what you do when you come up on that roadblock of life. You focus on the desired outcome. Focus on what it is that you want for yourself, for your family, for your future. What is it that you want? What is the desired outcome? See, I heard the great Les Brown say, whatever you focus on the longest becomes the strongest. That was my first mistake. You see, what I was focusing on was that feeling of sadness that I just couldn't shake. I was focusing on the depression. I was focusing on everything that I saw that was bad or wrong in my life. So guess what I got more of? More feelings of sadness, more feelings of depression, more feelings of despair. Someone else said, whatever you focus on the longest, let's say whatever you focus on the longest becomes the strongest. Well, someone else said, whatever you focus on grows. So the depression and the despair grew. It grew into that point that I found myself that day ready to just quit. But you're not going to focus on what you see as the problems or the challenges. You're going to take my first tip and you're going to focus on your desired outcome. My second tip for you is to invest positively in you. For me, that investment came in the form of a therapist, a psychiatrist, counseling with my pastor, and a coach. Your investment may look a little different because your challenge, your roadblock may be something different. You may need a financial planner. You may need somebody to help you with a budget to figure out how you can make the ends meet, where you can get rid of some unnecessary spending, how you can bring your finances in line. Or you may need a doctor. It could even be a coach, somebody that can help you to identify your priorities and your goals and help put you on the path of next level living. Whatever that investment is for you, I encourage you to invest positively in you. My third tip for you today is for you to guard your gates. Your eyes, your ears. Your eyes and your ears allow things into your heart and into your mind. They allow things down into your spirit. And those things are seeds, and those seeds are planted. And when seeds are planted, you can always expect a harvest. Are you planting something positive? Are you planting seeds that you're going to be willing, that you're going to be proud of, that you're going to thank yourself for on tomorrow? When you go into a bank, where are the most valuable things in the bank kept? Usually in a vault, behind an armed guard. And everybody, you just can't walk into the bank and walk into the vault. You have to have special access, special permission to get back there, because everything that's kept in the vault is considered valuable. Your heart and your mind, your spirit, man, is more valuable than anything that they could ever have. Anything that they could ever keep, any amount of money that they could ever possess within the walls of a bank. So shouldn't we be more diligent about guarding our heart and our mind? For me, in guarding my gates, I had to take a drastic step. At that time, I felt like it was drastic. I cut off my cable. Because I realized that the things that I was watching, that I was listening to, that I was looking at on a daily basis for hours and upon hours upon hours, actually from the time that I woke in the morning, when I came home from work, I watched it until I actually fell asleep at night. And none of it was positive or uplifting in nature. None of it was edifying or planting seeds of things that were going to help me to see a better version of Robin in the future. Now for you, you're guarding your gates. You may not have to do something that drastic. You may not have to cut off your cable. You may not have to wipe out your iPod and change what you're listening and what you're feeding your mind on a daily basis. But I caution you to just look and see, what are you feeding your mind? on a regular basis? And should you not put some guards in place? Because you hear people say it's just entertainment. No, no, no. It's not just entertainment. It is designed to strike an emotion. It is designed to make you think, feel, and respond a certain way. The advertising industry is $1 billion industry. Why is it that way? Because they know that if we see certain things repeatedly, if they give us a certain message, if we watch certain programming, it is going to program our mind. It's going to program our mind and our behaviors. So to make sure that when you're dealing with those roadblocks in life, that you're on the path to your God ordained destiny, that you're not getting ready to be trapped in that complacency, see, that you're not getting ready to enter into that downward spiral of despair, guard your gates. And my fourth tip for you is to help someone else. Help someone else. When you help someone else, when you allow yourself to be utilized from a position of service, it changes your perspective on life. It changes your perspective about you. It moves you into a position of gratitude. So you're able to be thankful for all of the things that you have in spite of what you may feel is missing. For me, at my darkest days, when I was able to go and volunteer at my church, when I was able to have a positive impact in my community, it helped me to feel better, not only about myself and my situation, but about my purpose in my life. Help someone else. You know, we've heard that old Janet Jackson song, "What Has He Done For You Lately?" What have you done for someone else lately? What have you done from a position of service? For me, helping someone else looks like this. If I, by sharing my story of getting help in dealing with the clinical depression, can save someone else from suffering in silence, can stop someone else from attempting to take their own life, can help them to know and to understand and see that if they can see Ruben, who tried to commit suicide twice, but now she's out sharing her story and her message of hope and restoration, that if she can hold on and if she can fight another day even after trying to give up, and that she can be used and is doing something positive, then I can hold on just a little bit longer. Then I can get the help that I need, because I heard her say, be strong enough to stand alone, smart enough to know when you need help, and brave enough to ask for it. That me seeking help, that me taking medication, that it doesn't mean that I'm weak, that it actually means that I'm strong enough to recognize what I need and to go get it and to accept the help. I heard Dr. West say apple trees don't eat apples. The fruit it bears is for someone else. So if the fruit of my experience can enrich someone else's life, if that by helping somebody else to live a better life, then my suffering ceases to become suffering, because now it has meaning. So that fourth tip was to help someone else. And my final tip for making sure that you're on a path to your God-ordained destiny when you face a roadblock in the road is to trust the process. Now, I believe in God. I believe in the Word of God. And His Word tells me to count it all joy when I come into various trials. That those trials are here to test my faith, and that the testing of my faith produces patience, but that patience will be perfected, and that it will have its good work, and that I will be lacking nothing, that I will be complete, that perfecting of that patience will lead me to completion. and that all things work together for the good of them who love the Lord, for those that are called according to his purpose. So there's a meaning, there's a reason to the roadblocks in my life. And those roadblocks were never designed to stop me from moving on my journey. Those roadblocks were simply there to build those faith muscles. So trust the process. Trust and know that if you focus on the desired outcome, that if you invest positively in you, if you guard your gates, if you help someone else, if you trust that everything is in his hands and everything is in his plan, and that is all going to work together for your good, that the outcome is going to be that you're going to win, that you're going to successfully navigate your way around the roadblocks in life, and that you're going to reach your destination. Hear me when I say that you can't lose. That you're fighting a fixed fight and you win. So again, those tips when you come to those roadblock places in life, when you deal with those problems, those challenges, those obstacles, those things that have you questioning who you are and what you're supposed to do next, focus on where you're going. Focus on that desired outcome. Invest in you. Invest your time positively. Invest your resources positively. Invest in things that you're going to be able to thank yourself for on tomorrow. Guard those gates. Help somebody else and trust the process. You see, back in 2009, when they were beating on my chest and they were calling my name, trying to keep me conscious, trying to keep me woke, trying to keep me in the fight, trying to help me get around the roadblocks. Back then, they were calling my name. As you come upon the roadblocks in your life, your challenges, your obstacles, that's life calling your name. How are you going to answer the call? Are you going to put the car in park and say, I'm done, and get trapped in that sea of complacency? Or are you going to magnify the misery in your life and enter into that downward spiral of despair? Or are you going to take the path that's going to propel you on your God-ordained destiny? My assignment was to share with you 5 tips how to move beyond the roadblocks in your life. Your assignment is to accept those tips, to learn those tips, to utilize those tips, to adjust your route and move on to your God-ordained destiny. This is Ruben Sherrill, again reminding you to move beyond the roadblocks. If you would like to connect with me, I have a special gift for you. You can just reach out to me at beyondtheroadblocks.com. You can follow me on Facebook at Ruben Sherrill, ROBINSHYRELL. Or you can reach out to me through email at rsherrill@gmail.com. Moving beyond the roadblocks. Thank you so much.
Jay Diller, and today we are going to talk about life. What is life? What does life mean to you? Well, to me, life is a battle of wheels, a battle of choices and challenges and rights and wrong that we make daily. Life will decide if we will have a future or we will fall. Life doesn't care. But life can bring you good things, and life can take them things away from you. But it is a fear. It's a fear that we sometimes have of life and the challenges and the obstacles that we face every day. It is that fear that stops us from facing those challenges. Now, recently, my mom, I told her what I was going to do. I'm going to speak in front of these people and blah, blah, blah. And, it's thousands of people that are going to see me talk. I'm going to speak on this. She said, well, then make sure you have a story. There's good speakers have stories. Okay, well, I'm talking about something. And she said, well, you remember that time you got bullied by that guy, blah, blah. I said, oh, what bully? What are you talking about? And I forgot all about it, but she reminded me. So all of a sudden, what happens? I remember, what happened. Oh, yeah, I got bullied. That's right. So let's start with that. Since that was a challenge in my life, let's talk about that story of me getting bullied. Now, I had to be in middle school, 7th, 8th grade, 7th, 8th grade, I believe so. And still new to the area. I had some friends at the time, but I think I did. But my mom would take me to school in the morning, and I'll walk home from school when school ends, every day. On this particular day, or time period in my life, I can remember it being summertime because I remember it being warm. And I'm just going to school, mind my business or whatnot, and I had my friends with me and joking around, playing. And it was this group of guys that always just stayed or was in this area when we walked the way we walked to on the way home, this sidewalk. And I think the first couple of times, they was picking on kids or just hanging out. And I guess I think I said something to them, and which caused them to bring all the attention to me. So I tend to have a mouth on me, or say something smart every now and then, especially growing up. So they sort of engaged and targeted me from there on for days, every day. And I was kind of scared, but at the same time, I wanted to, hit the guy back. I wanted to fight him, because I got tired of him picking on me every day about my clothes or whatnot. And my mom said he wanted your shoes. Remember that guy? He wanted your shoes? That bully guy? I'm like, shoes? What kind of shoes? I didn't remember having no good shoes. I mean, I'm pretty sure there wasn't any type of like Jordans or anything, or Nikes. My mom didn't give me, she didn't buy those type of shoes for me. My shoes probably came from, like a knockoff or a real cheap shoe store place that, I can get name brand shoes for a low price. I didn't have any Jordans. I never owned a pair of Jordans to this day. Nothing wrong with that, but I didn't have them at the time. But my mom said he wanted my Jordans, so let's go with that. He wanted my Jordans. But he kept picking on me, and I got mad, and I didn't, I just kept dealing with it, and I kind of shook it off. But at a certain point, I got so mad that I wanted to hit him back. Now the reason I didn't hit him back because he had a friend with him, and I was afraid that if I fight this guy, and I think I could have took him because he was all mouth, and I knew that. But I had a fear that if I fight this guy, if I hit him, what is his friend gonna do? His friend gonna stand there and watch me wail on this bully friend, or is he gonna hit me back? And I'm not looking. As I'm punching this guy, is he gonna come and kick me in the head or something like that? I didn't know. I didn't want to get kicked in the head, so I decided not to pursue that option. And the next best option I had in mind was what? Tell my mama. I told my mom. I went home. I told her, and she said, "Okay, well, I'm at work, blah blah blah," and I said, "Okay." So the next day came, and I didn't get any type of resolution from that, any type of comfort So the next day came, same guy, same bully guy and his friend, waiting, like they were waiting for me. They were pretty much waiting for me. I knew it. And school seemed to go, you know, by, you know, school time went by kind of fast and like that day. I don't know why, but every time I was getting bullied by this guy, the school went by kind of fast. And then, and on the way home, you just knew it. You had that. I just like, I got real nervous on this guy here, man. God, I'm tired of this guy. But this particular day, this guy, bully guy, was there again. And as I was walking home, he was following me and all that type of stuff. And whatever he was saying to me, bully words, I guess. My brother came. He came around up the street in his red car and did like a figure eight or something. And, burnt rubber. And he jumped out the car. And I don't know if he put the car in. I don't know if he put the car in in gear or whatever. Then it don't seem like he even stopped. I don't know. He just jumped out. And he said something to the bully guy, and I don't know. I just remember him like raising his arms up and yelling at the guy, or whatever. And I got in the car. He told me to get in the car and let's go. I got in the car and he took me home, whatever. Mom got home. She found out what happened. So that same day, my mom and I got in the car. My mom went searching for the boy. And somehow she found out his name, I believe, and found out where he lived at. We went to his house, and I can remember this like like it was yesterday. Went to his house, knocked on the door. His mom answered. And she said, "Hey, are you such and such son? Blah, blah." Yeah, okay. Well, he's been bullying my son for the last few days. And she called her son to the door. And his mom was kind of strict. She was an older lady, older than my mom. But she was like, seemed like she was kind of strict on him. I believe he was like a mama's boy, really. And he came to the door. His mom was like, just wailing on him. And my mom asked him a few questions, and she was talking to him, "Why you pick up my son? Why you my son? Blah, blah, blah." And he didn't really look at me at all. I remember he said a few things. His mom was saying, talking to him. My mom was talking to him. And I didn't say anything. I just stood there and looked at him and looked at his mom, looked at my mom, looking at everybody. And but he didn't give off that bully vibe. He didn't seem like the big, scary bully at the time, those past few days, and that he has been bullying me. He didn't give off that vibe at all. He seemed like a little weakling, a little coward. And after that, his mom made him apologize to me, and I think we shook hands. Or I think I shook his hand, and we went our separate ways. And I didn't see him no more after that. So the moral to the story is, I had fear. I had fear of a bully because I was afraid to get beat up. I wanted to fight him. I knew what I wanted to do. I knew how to face that challenge, but I refused to take that challenge because I was afraid. I had fear of getting beat up. I had fear of getting kicked from the other guy. I didn't want to get hurt. So that was my challenge that I can remember that my mom had recently brought up to me, and that was a fear I had that I should have faced. But had I known that he was a punk, a coward, and a weakling, had I already known that, I would have probably fought him. But, I probably realized that anyway once I had fought him, if I would have fought. Not saying you should fight. I'm not promoting violence, but you should defend yourself. But I should have defended myself, or something. But he was a coward. He was, he was just a big coward, and I had fear. And I had fear of getting beat up. So I said to you guys because no matter how many challenges you have, how big a challenge is, how ugly it looks, how bad it smells, how loud it is, it's just a challenge. That's all it is. Face your fears. Face your challenges. Life is going to bring you challenges every single day. You got to be willing to face them. Face your challenges. There's people out there that face challenges every day. People with diseases, like cancer victims. Yes, cancer is a deadly disease that has taken people out. But also people have won against the disease. the cancer victim, let's say breast cancer or colon cancer, or cancer that is, when they found out they had cancer, there are some people that said, I'm not going to die. You're not going to kill me, cancer. I refuse to give in. I refuse to give up. No, I have a family, I have a job, I have a future, I have goals I want to meet, and I'm not going to let you destroy me because I'm going to fight. I'm going to do what it takes to beat you. I'm going to do what it takes to not give up because I'm not going to give up. I'm going to face you. You got to understand, people like that would rather die fighting. They would rather die fighting than let something like that kill them. Just think about that for a moment. Think about that. Think about that to yourself. Would you risk your life? Would you risk your life? Would you sacrifice yourself to get what you want? Are you willing to die to get what you want? Is that challenge that bad? Is that challenge that ugly, that big, that hard that you're willing to let it go, willing to give up? No, no. But most of us are dealing with small challenges every day. Challenges is, like I don't want to go to work. I hate my job. I'm in debt. Uh, I drink too much. Drugs. I watch too many, movies or TV, or I'm out of shape. Those are small challenges compared to disease and death. You are dealing with small challenges every day compared to those to death and disease. So what's your problem? Why can't you face your challenges? If somebody with cancer can win against that disease, can win that fight and be healthy, it can be like nothing, like they never had a disease ever. If they can fight that disease that can kill them, why can't you face your fears and pursue your goals and pursue your success in life and pursue that greatness that you want in life? Why can't you pursue that? Why can't you go after that obstacle, that challenge? It's easy to do. It take a little bit of time, take a little bit of effort, take a little bit of ambition, take a little bit of motivation, and all the things you have in you. You have all these things. You don't need somebody to tell you need ambition. You have ambition. You have motivation. You may need a little help. You may need a little inspiration, but you have those things in you. It's just a little fear. We have to we have to change our mindset. There's so many things, so many distractions out there that has us thinking totally opposite. Like life is so hard. You know, television, the things we read, and the news, the media, they pour in so much negative stuff in our lives, into our mind, that we get, almost institutionalized like a prisoner. And we get used to it, and we accept it, and we can't accept that because it's wrong. Because you have that power within you to be great. You have that power within you to be what you want to be in life. No one can tell you you can't do what you want to do. They will try, and many have tried, and they will, but you have that power. You have that greatness. So when I talk about life, life is the ultimate champion. You are the contender. Life has won plenty of battles. I'm pretty sure life right now, with you guys, life has beat you down plenty of times and you gave up. And some of you didn't give up. But that happens. That's okay. It's okay if you did. Okay? As long as you just don't give up and don't try. You have to keep going. You have to continue the battle. You have to continue to fight. Because if you don't, you are going to die in essence. And you're going to give up. You're not going to try. So life is a battle. It's a battle of you and life. Like a boxing, like like a boxing fight, a boxing match. Life is Muhammad Ali. Life is Mike Tyson. Life is Rocky Marciano. And you are the contender. They are the champion. They have the belt. They knock people out. That's what they do. They are skilled. And it's your job to go in there and take it from them. Oh yeah, they're going to hurt you. But are you willing to take that pain to get what you want? Now, unlike boxing, like other sports, hockey, baseball, basketball, soccer, they're all team-oriented sports. It's a team effort, a group of people that has a plan together to win. And if you're not good enough to play on that team, you just won't be on that team. Plain and simple. Boxing is different. And that's why I'm going to use this analogy as that, because it is you. There's no one to back you up. There's no one there to tag in. There's no one to pull you out. If you get hurt, you're probably going to continue to fight unless they knock you out. If you're bleeding, you're going to continue to bleed, because that's a part of boxing. That's a part of fighting. And you're going to continue to hurt. You're going to continue to feel pain. But you can't give up, because it will not stop until you find that empowerment in you, that greatness in you to say, hey, I may feel pain, I may get hurt, but I'm going to fight. I'm not going to fall. So imagine yourself as the contender in life. And life is the champion. Life is the ultimate champion that wants to knock you out, that wants to put you on your back, that wants you to fail. The life brings good things in life. That is true. Life will bring you a house. Life will bring you nice cars. Life will bring you love. Life will bring you money. Life will bring you good health. Life will bring all those things to you. That's fine. And everybody wants that. Everybody wants that. Everybody wants everybody wants, more money. Everybody wants to be debt free. Everybody wants good health. Everybody wants love in their life. Everybody wants all those things. It's the dream. It's the American dream. It's the dream of most people in this world. They want a good, healthy living. But if life doesn't think that way, life will give you those things and take it away in the moment's notice, in the blink of an eye, like a thief in the night. And life is relentless. Life does not care what you think or how you feel or what you want. Because right when you get those good things, and you may have it for years and years and years, life will take it away just like that. And what are you going to do? Now you got a challenge. Are you going to accept that challenge? Are you going to continue to give up and say, woe is me, I don't know what to do, I lost my house, I lost my job, I'm forget it, life is over with? No. Because the moment you have that mindset, the moment you put that type of thought, that type of thinking in your mind, it goes all over your body and you give up entirely. You will sometimes see people will give up so much, they will give up on life so hard, they will make them sick. It will make them sick and they will bring on their own disease. Because they had no symptoms of disease before, no symptoms of sickness before. But when you give up on life, when you give up on yourself, there are people that have gotten sick and died because they gave up. They gave up hope. They lost hope. And we don't need you to lose hope. I don't need you to lose hope in yourself. There is a better way to succeed. There's a better way to see that you are great. You have great things in you. You are great. And you should see that. But you have to fight. You have to face that fear. And that fear is standing across from you. That fear is looking you in the eye. That fear is life. That fear is that champion. So it's you. It's you and that champion in the ring. You are a contender. You are the contender. And the fight has begun. And the fight has begun. And life is hitting you. Life is hitting you with every blow, every jab, haymaker, uppercut, and it's hitting you. And you're taking the hits. And you're getting hurt. You're getting hurt bad. Life is hitting you with everything you can think of. Life is hitting you with debt. Life is hitting you with sickness. Life is hitting you with loss of loved ones. Life is hitting you with death. Life is hitting you with disease. Life is hitting you with sadness. Life is hitting you with depression. Life is hitting you with pain. Life is hitting you with loss of jobs, Life's hitting you with so much debt, so much crisis, so much pain in your life, so many things at one time you don't know what to do. You don't know what to do. You don't have to fight back because it's coming at all angles, and you are like, oh my God, what I'm going to do? And it hurts. And life keeps coming. Life does not stop. And life keep hitting you with all these things. All the things that you've been getting all your life, all the things that has been hurting you, that's been having you down, that's been having you sad, that's been having you depressed, that having you want to give up. Life continues to hit that with you, and you fall. You fall on your back because you did not want to face fear. You had a challenge placed in front of you, which was life, and life attacked you with every type of fear imaginable, and you failed. And the count has begun. The count is at 1, the count is at 2, and you are on your back. You are hurting. You are hurting. Your arms are hurting. Your legs are hurting. You are tired. You're out of breath. You're dizzy. You're confused. You don't know what to do. And I know how it feels. I know how it feels to be hurt. I know how it feels to be depressed. I know how it feels to be in debt with so much money. I know how it feels to lose a job. I know how it feels to have death in your life. I know how that feels. You are tired of it. You are tired of it, but you have to fight. I know you're hurting, but you have to get up. You have to get up and you have to continue to fight. You have to get on your feet because life will not stop. Life will continue. Life is standing over you, laughing at you, wondering if you're going to get up, wondering if you can continue to fight, but you are on your back and the count is still going. You are still on your back and the count is still going because you are afraid to face life's challenges. Challenges that life has brought to you, you are afraid to face them because you are going to quit, and you can't quit. You can't quit this time. You have quit before in the past. You have quit before when you lost your husband, when you lost your wife, when you lost your child, when you lost your job, when you got in debt, when you got depressed, when you want to commit suicide, when you got on drugs, when you got on alcohol, when you drank yourself to death, when you got in an accident. You quit those times. You quit on life. You didn't face those challenges. You may have survived, but you still quit on life. You still quit on yourself, and you cannot do it this time. This is the last time. This is the last time you're going to quit on life. This is going to quit on yourself. This is the last time you're going to quit on yourself because you're going to quit. You're going to get up and you're going to face life. But you got to find that light. You got to find that empowerment. You got to find that greatness that you have within you. It's in there. It's in there deep inside. You got to search. You got to search deep inside yourself to find that empowerment. You got to search. You got to keep searching, but the count is still going. The count will not stop. When that count reaches 10, the game is over. You have lost. If you don't get up, you have lost. Life has won again. Life has won again if you don't get up. I know you are in pain. I know you are hurting. I know you are tired. But that doesn't matter because once you get up, once you find that greatness in you, once you find that power within you, that greatness, that empowerment, that energy that you need to get up, to continue to fight the fight, to continue the battle, you will be energized. You will find a reason. You will find a reason to continue to fight. You will find a reason to continue to fight and face life, because it is a battle. There's no one there. There's no one there to back you up. There's no family there. There's no friends there. All the things that you've been going through, people doubting you, people not believing in you. You're not believing in yourself. People saying you can't do that. You're not good enough. You're not smart enough. You're ugly, you're big, you're fat, whatever it is, all those things, all those negative things that has come your way all your life, that has brought you down, that has you feeling the way you are feeling right now. That is it. Today is the last day for you to feel that way. This day you are going to get up. This day you're going to get on your feet. This day you are going to fight. This day you are going to win against life. You're going to continue that battle because you must. You must. Because You gotta search. You gotta search within you. It's in you. It always has been since the day you were born. That motivation, that greatness, it always has been within you. It has been buried. That's all. It's just been buried. Keep digging. You gotta dig. You gotta dig for that light. You gotta dig for that power. But once you find that power, you're gonna get on your feet. You're gonna get on your feet and you're gonna face life. And when you get up on your feet and you face life, life is gonna be surprised. Life is going to be surprised, but life still doesn't care because life's going to continue to fight. Life's going to fight you. Life can continue to hit you. But now you're on your feet. It doesn't matter. You're on your feet because you found that greatness. You found that empowerment. You found that energy. You found everything that you always wanted. You found that love. You found that happiness. You found that joy. You got tired of all the things that you've been going through all your life. You're tired of what you're going through right now. You want something better for your future. You want something better for your family. You want all these things because you are empowered now. You are great now. The greatness has come out. The power has come out. You are continuing to fight, and the fight has begun. It has continued, and you are swinging. You're hitting life with every blow, every jab, every uppercut that you can dish out. And life is getting hit, but life is swinging back. And life is hitting you with them same blows again. Those same blows they've been hitting you with. Same blows of sadness, of death, of disease, of death, of alcohol, anything. All the blows, all those you've been going through, the same blow that knocked you on your butt the first time is the same blows life has continued to hit you with. But this time it's different because you don't care. You don't care what life is dealing you. You are swinging back, you are hitting back. And you're going to take all that power, all that love, all that joy, all that energy, all that I will not quit. I'm going to continue to fight, all that greatness. And you hit life in the face and you knock life down. Life is down because you refuse to quit. You refuse to give up. You refuse to have yourself again falling on your back. You do not want to feel that way again. You have knocked life on its back. You have won the fight. You did not give up. You are empowered. You are great. You are highly motivated. You are inspired. You are a new person. You will succeed. You must succeed. And there it is. Your challenge. The challenge that you've been waiting for, the challenge that has been there all your life. You have faced that fear. You have faced that fear for the first time. And now you are empowered. You are empowered. Change your mindset. Change the way you think. It's just a challenge, people. It's just a challenge. Thank you for listening. Again, my name is Reginald J. Dillard. As a free gift to you all, I want to offer my services. The first 3 people that contact me through my email address, which is rjdiller@gmail.com, I will give a 10 to 15 minute free motivational speech for the first 3 people that contact me. And also I'll give my personal number. I don't give it out. If you are a teacher, or if you have employees or students, or if you're a business owner and you need motivation, you need your morale to go up a little bit, you can go to my email address and email me at rjdiller@gmail.com. You can call me directly at 404-772-9743. And one last thing, for you men out there, I'm talking to you, men. It's time for a change. It's time for us to step up. It is time for a change. Go to my website, manuptogreatness.net. Manuptogreatness.net. Great men are disappearing, and we need more of them. I also have a podcast called manuptogreatness.net coming soon. Manuptogreatness.net for all you men. Nothing is out of off subject. It's straight God talk. Straight God talk. You need motivation, inspiration. You need a little, you're ambitious or you need some ambition in your life, guys. If you have issues, if you want to talk about whatever it is that going in your life, go to my website, manuptogreatness.com. My podcast will be coming out soon, and I'm going to talk about various things that go on in man's life. Ladies, you're welcome to listen to it too, but directed towards men, because men are lost. We are lost in the woods. The great men that we once were or have been is shortly disappearing, and we need more great men. And I and you men, we should be men to other men. You should have a goal to become a man to men. That's our goal. And that's my goal. God bless.
Hey everybody, my name is Tori Boy, aka Transparent Tori, and I want to bring you into my world today because I want to help you overcome any situation, any obstacle, any circumstance that you may come across while you are going to your destiny. It is very important that we use certain tools to help us progress in life and not stay in the slump that we may be in, okay? So here's a little story I want to tell you about a girl named Tori Boyd. Tori Boyd was this beautiful young lady. Father was a pastor, raised in church all her life. And guess what? I was PK kid. I was a PK kid. And what do you know about PK kids? PK kids, they say, are the worst kids to know. They are the worst kids, period. Why? Because their parents are so strict on them. So my mother was very, very strict on me growing up. I eventually moved to New York City to have my modeling and acting career, and there I did. Right before that though, let me bring it back a little bit, I was married in my young age, got married, moved to New York City, had a daughter before marriage actually, moved to New York City, and guess what? Got divorced when I got there. Maybe a couple of years later, I was divorced. I was a divorced young lady with a small child. And that nearly broke my heart. I was married to my high school sweetheart. And so infidelity played a big role in this. Okay, let me carry on. So now I am in New York City living the life, and I'm modeling and acting and doing my thing and meeting all these new people. And there, was I going to church? Absolutely not. I was, doing what I want to do. Eventually, I got myself back in church and got it together, and here you go. I wanted to marry the God-fearing man that God had for me. Let me tell you something. I did so much stuff in the church, worked on every auxiliary you can think of. I was gung-ho about God. I was there at every Bible class, first service, second service, whatever service we had, I was there. And guess what? I said, Lord, where is my husband? I want to be married to a God-fearing man. I want him to love you and all this. And you know, I was a spiritual dum-dum. And why do I say that? It's because I was so spiritual minded, I was no earthly good. So I married a gentleman. We got married. And guess what? Started a ministry. I had a little girl. And guess what? Second marriage, now I'm divorced. So now guess what? I was a pastor of a church with my ex-husband, And this was, I must say, a very, very dark place for me leading up to this divorce, because I felt like we was going to service on Sunday, going to Bible class on Wednesday, you know, going before God and worship and praising and all this stuff, and had trouble in the household. Now, we are leaders. We are supposed to lead the people. We're supposed to show them how to live this life, this fulfilling life, being married. And there was problems in the camp. There was problems in my home with my husband. This was so hurtful to me. This was devastating to me, because I felt like, listen, I'm a good woman. Hey, I'm beautiful. I'm smart. I'm good to my husband. I do what I'm supposed to do. I didn't hang out in the streets. I feel like I was a good wife. And infidelity again. So there was 2 marriages, right? Infidelity twice. Now, what is wrong with me? What's wrong with me? I had to ask myself, Tori, what's wrong with you? What's going on with you? You know, you married twice, and now you're divorced twice, and you can't keep a man? A man ain't happy with you? What's the problem? I went through the darkest season of my life. In that season that I was in with my ex-husband, there has been some abuse. It was just hurtful and painful. I felt like every day I was walking on eggshells. Have you ever had that situation, or been in a situation where you felt like you was in your own household and you was walking on eggshells, where I couldn't be free? I couldn't be me. I couldn't be the person that God created me to be. I couldn't live free. I had to live this life as another person. I felt like Tori was not Tori. I was someone else. I wasn't me. And that right there made me so unhappy. That just added on to what I was already feeling in this marriage, broken. So I'm broken. I felt like I was never good enough. I could never do anything right. And so this mountain just kept piling up. And it kept pushing me down. I began to get depressed. Eventually we separated, got a divorce. In the time of the separation, I was so devastated that I felt like I was losing my mind. I went through a season of depression. And let me let you know that I went through a whole season of turning away from the church. And why did I do that? Because I felt like I was hurt in the church. I felt like it was church hurt, right? But if you hear my bishop today, he says it's your cross that you have to bear. And I can kind of relate to him when you say that. That was my cross that I had to bear. That was my journey. That was a part of my life. I had to go through that. Why? Because that was a part of my journey, right? So I went through devastation of depression. I turned away from the church. And in that time frame that I was away from the church, I did God knows what, who, how, why, when. Listen, I was not a saint, okay? And I didn't care. You couldn't tell me nothing. I was cursing. I was doing everything that you thought would not be pertaining to this woman that was a pastor, right? I always kept God here, but I did not want to go to church. In that time and in that season, it was a dark place for me, a very dark place. I cried. I wanted to get better. I didn't know how I was going to get out of it, but guess what? God heard my cry. I eventually came out of it. And this is the point that I want you to understand. You can come out of your dark place. I want you to understand that if you want to come out of your dark place, you can do that today. While you're looking at this video, you can do that today. While you're in your home, at your job, wherever you are right now today, you can come out of your dark place. And here, right now, I want to help you do that. So there are 3 components that I can tell you that will help you come out of your dark place, okay? So the first component is mind. It's called 3-dimensional life coaching is what I do. It's 3-dimensional. Why is it 3-dimensional? Because it's the body, the mind, and the spirit. Or you can say mind, body, spirit. However you want to say it, it's still the same thing, right? So let's start with the mind. The mind is the battleground. If you know in the Word of God, it's the Word of God speaks and it says the mind is your battleground. And why does it say the mind is your battleground? It says that because you will go back and forth wondering if you want to do the good thing, the right thing, or the bad thing, right? There's something called, we call it the devil, we call it the enemy, we call it otherness. Oh, he's Satan to me. But however, this person comes to kill, steal, and destroy. And the first thing that he attacks is your mind. I want you to get this and I want you to get it good. He comes to attack your mind because if he can take your mind, you know, he can make you lose it. He can make you go crazy. You can think that you're something that you're not. With your mind. The mind is the battleground. The Word of God says, think on those things that are lovely, that are pure, that are contrite. Think on those things that are pure and holy. Why? Because God knows that the enemy comes to kill, steal, and destroy, and he comes and he targets your mind. He comes to captivate your mind. If you think about it and you look about what's going on today in today's world, you see that it's like you become captivated with different TV shows. You become captivated with different rap artists and different R&B artists. You become captivated with what people are wearing today. Women are showing their bodies. They're showing everything. They don't leave anything for, they say, the back in the old day, they say, you got to leave something for the men to think about, you know, what's underneath there. But no, the women today is just giving it up. The men today are wearing women clothes and they're putting on all this. Everything is just like this. So I say that because the things that we watch on TV, the things that we allow to come into our world captivates our mind, and it plays in our mind even when we're sleeping. You may not know that your subconscious mind picks up things that you've done back in the old day, back when you were little and young, and it brings it back up when you're sleeping, when you're not even thinking about it. It plays in your mind, and this is how it keeps us in bondage. We have to, the Word of God says, be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind. You must renew your mind daily. How do I do that? Say affirmations. Do things. Read your word. You have got to have a mindset that you want to change your situation. Change your mind, change your life. Change your mind, change your life. Change your thinking, change your living. Now that is about your mind. That is how the mind plays with you. So the first thing you have to do is change your mind. Let's tap into the body now. The body. How many of you know that the body is a temple of the Holy Ghost? The body, your body has to move and function for you in order for you to accomplish, to carry out the mandate that God has for you, in order for you to reach your destiny, in order for you to accomplish your vision, your goals, and your dreams. You cannot do that without a body that is moving, that's up, and that's invigorated. You cannot do that with a broke down body. I know that the body is the second component that helps us get to where we're going. How many of you know today? I want you to think about this. Your car. If you don't put oil in your car, if you don't put gas in your car, will it work for you? Ask yourself that today. If you don't put any oil in your car, everything is going to lock up. If you don't put gas in your car, it won't run. It's not going anywhere. So apply those same principles to your life, your body. Your body is the vehicle that the spirit that lives in it moves to get to where it's going. So if you don't put in this body what needs to be in there to feed it, to get it to where it needs to go for you to produce your vision, your goals, your dreams, your aspirations, if you don't do it, it won't work, right? So I believe in loving your body, eating to live, not eating to, not eating that makes you feel good, but eat to live, eat to live, eat to live. So I am very prone to eating healthy, right? I believe that we have to feed our body healthy things that are good for us, things that are rich in vitamins and nutrition. Now, you may have those bad days where you feel like, I want this and I want that. You have cheat days. Go ahead and do that. It's okay. But listen, let me not stop with food. There are a lot of other things that we do as people that is unhealthy for our body. Let me mention them for you. 1, drinking. Drinking uncontrollably. I mean, drinking all the time. Drinking every time you think about it. And you may say, it's all right because I just had a little bit here, a little bit there. But this becomes a habit. And you feel like you got to have it. I've been there. That is unhealthy for your body. That's so unhealthy. The Word of God says the body is the temple of the Holy Ghost, which means you need to keep this thing pure, and you need to keep this thing running and purified so it can do what it needs to do, right? Some of us do drugs. We may smoke weed, do cocaine, we may do heroin, whatever it is, whatever the drug of our choice. And let me not stop there, but there are prescription drugs that people, everyday people, they have jobs. I'm talking about big people. I'm talking about doctors, lawyers, name it, they do it. Use prescription drugs because they use it to sedate other things that's going on in their life. Sometimes we use it as something to pacify a situation that's going on in our life. It is so unhealthy. I urge you today to stop whatever it is that you're doing, that you're feeding your body that is so unhealthy for you, because if you do not feed your body what's good, it will not work for you. Hear me when I tell you, diabetes is on the rise. High cholesterol is on the rise. People are getting all these diseases and all these sicknesses, and it comes from what we put into our what? Our temple. I want to help you today. I hope you're getting this. I hope you're getting that you got to take care of you. You got to take care of your mind. You got to take care of your body. Your body is so important, right? And, last but not least, when it comes to the body, do some kind of exercise. I mean, you can walk, you can run, you can jump rope, you can, whatever it is, keep your body moving for at least 30 minutes. Move your body every day for at least 30 minutes where you're burning some kind of calories. As you get older, your body gets tighter. Your body hurts when you just get out of bed because your body, it's like you're going back to a baby stage. As you get older, you do turn back into a baby where your bones is not as strong enough as they used to be. Everything kind of like get old and it's not as strong as it used to be. So you have to take care of your body so your body can work for you for a long time. All right. So listen, that was the body. So we have covered so far the mind. Renew your mind daily. Change your life. Change your thinking. Change your living. The second one was your body. Your body is the temple of the Holy Ghost. You have got to feed it good stuff in order for it to produce for you, right? You got to take care of it. All the energy that you put into your car, put it into your body, all right? So let's tap into, last but not least, is the spirit. Now, let me just tell you this. There was a time in my life where, I said I would never preach again. I said I wasn't going to preach again because of what I've been through. I was in hurt and very much in pain. And I said, God, I'm never preaching again, but guess what? I'll life coach all day. I'll life coach until whenever you come back. I'll life coach, but I don't want to preach. I don't want to get in the pulpit any longer. And God allowed me to go through something where he said, okay, daughter, you don't want to preach again? I'll put some fire up underneath you. That's what you're saying now. So I went through this season of my life back. It was kind of sort of the stuff of my broken marriage. And God allowed me to go through some things. And guess what? I said, God, if you get me out of this, I will do whatever you want me to do. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. But prior to that, check this out. I was trying to do my coaching. I was trying to get it off the ground. But guess what? It was not coming together. You want to know why? Because my spirit was off. It's like I tried to do it without God being the center of my life, without my spirit being intact and in constant communication with him. So what happened was, it's like I could not get my feet off the ground. I couldn't move forward. I couldn't propel forward. I didn't know if I was coming or going. I couldn't think straight. I didn't know what I wanted to do, this or do that, because my spirit was out of alignment with our Father. Now, if you think about it, it's kind of crazy, because I'm like, when you purchase a table, when you purchase a radio, when you purchase appliances, there's a manual, right? So in order for you to use it and get the most out of what you've purchased, you need to read the instructions and see how it works, right? So here's the thing. Why wouldn't you or the next person want to go back to the Father to communicate with him, get your spirit lined up with him so he can show you where to go? He can tell you what to do. Why wouldn't you want to do that? It just makes sense. He's the one that made you, right? He's the one that created you. He gave you your heart. He gave you every single organ. He built you. He knows what your likings are. He knows what you don't like. He knows if you're a funny person, if you're not one. He knows if you're irritable, if you're not irritable. He knows what kind of person you are. So why not go back to the Creator, the one that has your manual, the one that has he has your manual, he has your instructions. He knows exactly what you need in your life to propel you to your destiny. But guess what? Some of us don't even want to go to him. Sometimes we just like, I can do it myself. I can do it. No. You will fall on your face every time. You would not make the best decisions for your life. You would not make the smart decisions for your life. You have no direction. You have no guidance. You have no center. I call it the center because Jesus is the center of it all. That song, Israel New Breed sing, Jesus is the center of it all. That song, okay? He is the center of it all. We cannot get to where we're going without him. Right? So I urge you all to tap into that spiritual place, your spirit. If you don't know how to get there, I'm going to tell you. You need to pray. Ask God to help you get there. Ask God. Tell him that you want him to come in and you want him to lead and guide you to your destiny. You tell him that you want him to be your Lord and Savior. Tell him that you choose him. Lord, I need you to guide me. I need you to direct me. I need you to be my center. When I get up in the morning, I get up and I pray. And when I get up and I pray, I don't beg for anything. I get up and I pray and I decree what I want to take place today. I declare what I want to take place today. I believe in praying. I believe that prayer changes things. I believe that when you're in communication with God and your spirit is lined up with the Father, that things will work out. He will show you what to do. He'll tell you what road to take and what road not to take. So I say that because when I was trying to get my foot off the ground with my life coaching business, it wasn't moving. And it wasn't moving because he was not the center. I said, I didn't want you, God. I do it by myself. I said, I didn't want you. I do it by myself. I don't want to preach. I don't want to do that. I don't want nobody issues and burdens about that. God said, okay, we'll see about that. So I urge you all today to know that you can overcome any obstacle, any situation, any circumstance. It is how you look at your situation and your circumstance. So say if you have a cup, I want you to go grab a cup, fill it up with some water. Fill it halfway though. Don't take it to the top. Fill that glass halfway of water, and that's your situation, okay? Take that glass of water and then say, this is my glass of water, and this is my situation, my circumstance, my problem, my issue, whatever it is. It can be big, it can be small. Whatever it is, look at that glass of water. And that glass of water, you can look at that two ways. You can say, oh, that glass of water that's halfway empty, shoot. And or you can look at that glass of water and say, that glass of water is halfway full. Oh, I have so much water. How are you looking at your glass of water? Your glass of water is your situation, your circumstance. How are you looking at it? You determine your outcome. How you look at your situation is up to you. Whatever situation you are in today, I want you to look into it, and I want you to get the lesson out of it that you should. You're there for a reason. Maybe it was your fault, maybe it was not your fault. Don't sit there and just think about that and be sad about it. I want you to look at the situation and say, what did I do wrong? How did I get here? What is the resolution to it? The resolution is, what lesson did I get in this situation? What am I learning about my situation today? You have to sit down, take a pen and pad, and I want you to write a list of your situation, how you got there, what got you there. Was somebody involved? Did you do it yourself? Did you make a dumb decision? What got there? Was you not pursuing the right thing? What was the cause of it? Whatever the cause is, I want you to look at it, get the lesson out of it, find out what you did wrong, or whatever it is, and I want you to get it. And then once you get it, I want you to say that I am more than an overcomer. And I will get through this, because this storm will pass. If you are in a boat, and when those boats go through those storms, those boats do not turn around and run away. No, those boats pass through that storm. It goes through that storm, and guess what? They ride the wave. They coast through, and the storm passed right over them. As you know, the song goes, the storm is passing over. Storm is passing over. Storm is passing over. Hallelujah. So listen, I want you to get it. You are overcomer. There's a couple of steps that you need to do. Write your vision and make it plain. Write down the things that you do need to do to get out of your situation, how you can get out, and what you need to do. Make a list of priorities, and a list of non-priorities, and you work on those priorities first. Those are the first things you cross off your list, and then you go to the non-priorities. And when that list goes down, you continue to add to that list. And this is how you're going to get better. And I want you to begin to pray to your Father and ask Him to lead and guide you and to help you get through. So remember, there are 3 components to overcoming your situation. The first one is your mind. Get your mind right, because the mind is the battleground, right? Change your thinking, change your living, right? The second one is your body. You got to feed your body the good stuff in order for it to produce for you, okay? You got to feed your body the good stuff in order for it to produce for you. Stop being lazy. Get up and do something. Move around. Feed yourself, your body, the good stuff. And last but not least is your spirit. And it's so important that your spirit gets right. Let go of the baggage. Let go of the hurt, the pain, the disappointment. How you do it? If you hurt somebody hurt you, go to them and tell them you forgive them, or you forgive them. Tell them, I forgive you. Forgive them. Let it go. You cannot go into your destiny carrying baggage of your past. You're going to continue to look back. You got to let it go. It's going to stop you. I urge you now to let it go. God can help you. Stop holding grudges. I'm just getting this all out because it's so important. Stop holding grudges with people. Let it go. You feel better, you feel lighter, and you'll live a lot longer. All right? So listen, mind, body, and spirit. 3-dimensional life coaching. You can reach me at www.torreboyd.com. That's www.torreboyd.com. My email address is transparenttory@gmail.com. transparenttory@gmail.com. You can find me on Facebook, Tori Boyd, and Tori Boyd, aka Transparent Tori. Listen, stay tuned for next time. Bye.
is Nika Robbins, and I am the author of Serious Thoughts and Speechless, and I'm currently working on a co-authoring book titled Pain Changes You. I'm also the founder of Empowering Minds Incorporated, which covers 5 cores of empowerment. And today I will be discussing the core of self-empowerment. Self-empowerment gives you the ability to control your life, have goals, and also to make positive choices. And many people struggle with having control of their life because they live under the perceptions of other people. A lot of people do not have their own identity. They identify through other people. So when you're sitting down watching your television, most people are idolizing or they're looking at their famous actor, actress, athlete, or singer, musician. So that's what they follow. That's what they believe that they need to be or who they need to be. When in reality, they don't know who they are. They don't have their sense of self. So when they're out here trying to live their life through somebody else, they don't have happiness. A lot of people portray to be happy, but in reality, they're not happy, especially when you don't know who you are. You cannot self-empower yourself if you don't have your sense of self. Because when you have your sense of self, you are able to have self-love. I just realized that a lot of people are in so need of a leader that they're willing to follow anybody. And the first person that has to be the leader of their life is you. I believe that power enables control, and control requires responsibilities. So we need to have the power over our life in order for us to have control of our life. Because as soon as we lose that power and lose that control, then somebody comes in, steps in, and they take it away from us. And out of experience, nobody can run your life or control you the way that you want and need to be controlled in a good, loving, positive manner. You have to know who you are. Many people are battling, looking in the mirror every day and accepting that person that they're looking at. Many people are plagued with not knowing who they are when they look at themselves in the mirror. I have had ladies under the age of 18 that are telling me that they can't stand looking at themselves in the mirror, that they're willing to put sticky notes in front of their faces so they don't have to face a person that they see in the mirror. I've had to restrain children under the age of 18 that are trying to kill themselves or kill other people because of the pain they have endured and they're enduring in their life. So unless we have our sense of self, which is finding out who we are and having the ability to accept who we are and love who we are, then we are not going to be able to travel that road of self-empowerment. And the first key of doing that is identifying the problem. Identifying the problem is also known as the root of the pain. What pain is holding you back and causing you not to be able to have your sense of self? We know that many things in life go on and we face many challenges. And a lot of us are facing it alone, or we feel that like we are alone. So as we go through the stages of pain, we go through different emotions. We go through denial, hate, anger. That's just a few to mention. So when we go through those stages, we lose ourselves if we even knew who we were. I remember in 99, many people are plagued with the not knowing when they're going to take their last breath, when they're going to lose that one that's close to them that they love, not knowing what's going to happen next in life. In 99, the not knowing allowed me to lose myself. I told my mother goodbye. I would see her the next morning. She was in the hospital ill. These are one of many trips of her being in a hospital to where they get her to recover and she comes back home. Not fully recovered through her illness, but just enough for her to come back home to her family. So that was the belief that I started having in my mind, that they would make her get better, she would come back home, and that we would continue to pray that everything's all right. The not knowing allowed me to walk into that hospital room and to face my mother, but she couldn't see me. She was unresponsive. She was hooked up to many machines. And the not knowing allowed me to not be able to say my last goodbyes to her while she was coherent and woke and able to say goodbye back. Our last touch was cold. So a lot of people are afraid of the not knowing, and that causes fear within itself. But when we have to deal with the not knowing along with the event that happens, that causes double pain. And that pain started within me when my mama took her last breath and we had our last cold touch. Was the day that I lost myself, my sense of self. Was the day that I felt like everything was gone. I had no self-empowerment. I had no control. And I was in denial. I didn't want to face that event, horrible event, had changed my life. It changed who I was as a person. So it took me many years to actually sit down and face reality and identify what the problem was and how the problem was not only affecting me, but it was affecting my child. So we have to realize, unless we identify the problem that is holding us back from living and finding out who we are, which is our sense of self, then we have no way of traveling down that road to self-empowerment. And we always have to realize, are we giving not only ourselves, but our children the opportunity to find their sense of self? So when we go to the educational aspect of our life, we know that they teach us how to read, our verbiage, also math and numbers. But how much of it does it help or does it teach us to where I know they're getting us prepared to go into the world, into our society, to work for an organization. But how much do they have implanted that will allow us to have the ability to go out there and start our own organization? So we have to look at things on different aspects. Are we really teaching and implementing all the crucial things that we need to teach and provide leaders or followers? The same goes with homes, families. We can tell our children that they can be whatever and whoever they want to be, which is true. But are we giving them the fundamentals that they need in order to be able to have the ability and also the knowledge and the control to go out into society as a leader, as a boss? And every leadership is not for everybody. Having your own organization is not for everybody. But feeding them with that knowledge and giving them the choice and the control and the power and the ability is what we need to be able to implement to our children and to ourselves. I know my first son, this is his first year entering college. If that's his choice to enter education, I have nothing against education. If that's his choice to enter into education, I'm going to support him. But one thing I did let him know is I want you to walk across that stage in 4 years, receive your paper, but when you walk out of that university, I want you to be a boss, not look for a boss. You have to plant that knowledge and that ability in the formation of what they can do and what they can be. And you have to give them key points. Books, research. You have to have a formation, a layout for them so that they know and they can trust and they can actually believe. I can always say, you can be a boss, I can build them up, but he needs to have the ingredients and the knowledge in order to implement it. I just see a lot of people these days, I'll go back again to where I see very little individualization. Because many people are in fear of other people's perceptions. What are people going to think of me? It's to the point where you can ask adults questions and their response is a preschool answer. For example, why are you doing this behavior? Why is this certain behavior? Why is this action? Why are you doing such action? Well, everybody else is doing it. That right there is key, that many people do not know who they are. And they're trying to find themselves or live through other people in order to feel loved and accepted. But like I said, love starts with us. And until we start loving ourselves and finding out who we are, there's no way that we're going to have that power and that control that we need in order to be self-empowered. Self-empowerment allows you to make your own choices, your own goals, and also to have control. Many people are afraid to have control because they're afraid of failure. We're all going to fail in one thing or another, but we got to learn how to take that failure as a lesson learned. Just like we're all going to experience pain. It can either make you or it could either break you. In my situation with losing my mother, it broke me. But as time went on and I found out who I was and started loving myself again and became self-empowered, it made me. I took that negative situation and I turned it into a positive situation in order to live a better life. And until we are able to identify the problem, which is the pain, the root of the pain that is causing us to fear, to not have hope, to not be happy, and not to have love. Many people sit and say that they love this, they love that. I have workshops where I ask a question, name 3 things that you love. And a lot of the times, many people do not have themselves on there, or they're not number 1. And the first question I ask is, how can you love anything or anybody else if you don't love yourself? If you can't love who you are, how can you love anybody else? I know we teach a lot of sayings, a lot of ways that things should be as far as telling people that you love them, which is the appropriate thing and appropriate words to show. But a lot of people fail to show the affection with it. They get so used to saying, I love you, I love you, I love you. But where's the action? Where's the emotion and the affection along with the words, I love you? It becomes confusion to where people believe that if you hurt me, you love me. Because of what they've been shown. It has to be effectively taught, and it has to be taught with the correct emotion and affection. The same applies with I'm sorry. I have preschoolers that I've worked with, and many teachers are quick to say, tell them you're sorry. That is not the appropriate way to teach a child of how to say I'm sorry. Yeah, you're teaching them that they should be sorry, but are they really sorry? You need to problem solve. You need to talk to them and let them know why it was not okay. You need to show them how their behavior affected that other person. And then after all that is worked out and discussed, then they know, or they're learning to know, because they're still young, they're learning to know that I don't want to hurt this person. Or I didn't mean that. They're not going to get it. You're just starting to plant that seed. And planting that seed, and along the line of them going to different educational institutions, and people continue that teaching, then you're nourishing it. But when you improperly implement something into a child, into a person, then that's what they're going to originally go by, and that's what they're going to receive. Our brain is like a sponge. It sucks up a lot of information. And as we all know, our brain somehow, somewhat, we allow it to suck up most of the negativity. So when that positivity come along, it's going in, but we're not sucking it up because we're letting that negativity that we have incorporated or been fed or embedded into us take over. Because that's what we were originally fed. So it's very crucial that we implement the appropriate behaviors, the positivity, and all the things that we need, the sense of self. We need to teach our children and teach each other that we are important. You can be somebody. You don't have to just go out in society and work for somebody else. You can be that boss, that CEO, if that is for you. But you got to show them and teach them what it will take, how to do it, and it's their choice if that fits them. Because only each individual knows what they can handle or know what fits their character. But when we are not fed the knowledge that we need, then we're going to lack the control that we have over the decisions in our life. Self-empowerment is the key to living a happy life. First, we got to find our sense of self. Once you find your sense of self, then you're able to love who you are. And when you love who you are, you got that control. And that control will lead you to your goals. It will lead you to making positive choices, to inspiring, motivating other people. Self-empowerment will allow you to have empowering inspiration for other people. When I created Empowering Minds, I wanted people to find out who they are. Because there's so many people who do not know who they are. And that with itself is pain. So with Empowering Minds, you find your sense of self, your self-love, you get self-empowered, you get that control, and then you also have that knowledge. That is the seed of growth. And once that seed of growth starts with you, you can spread that seed of growth along in society. Because we all need that inspiration and motivation. But don't be ashamed to look in that mirror and be able to say, this is what I need. This is what is affecting me. This is what's keeping me from loving and finding out who I want to be and loving myself. Because we all got to have that moment. We all have to take that step. Everybody wants to rush through everything. It's not a process that you can skip. You got to identify the problem. Then after identifying the problem, because that pain causes you to fear, you got to face your fears. Once you know who you are and you got some control, you're not going to have a problem with facing your fears. Then you got to look for hope. Once you get through that process, then you see hope on down the line. And once you get hope into that picture, then you're going to be happy. Because you're going to see something. You're going to work towards a better you, a better life. And what anybody say or think is not going to affect you because you have control. Not anybody on the outside, you. You know who you are, you know who you want to be, you know what you want to do. So I'm just telling everybody, identify the problem that is holding you back from having control over your life, from being self-empowered, for loving who you are. Once you love who you are, you can spread that love to anybody that's around you. You can join me at Empowering Minds on my Facebook page, because I like to make sure that I give everybody inspiration and motivation, because we need it through all these hard and challenging times. Just when you think that there's no hope, there's always hope. Every day that we wake up and have the ability to take another breath, there's hope. So I hope that you will take this moment and take this time to sit down and look in that mirror at the beautiful person that God created and find out and identify the problem that is holding you back from being who you want to be, or discovering who you are. Thank you.
People. My name is Katie Kaiser and I am out here in the beautiful state of Oregon, and I'm so grateful to be sharing this message with you tonight. I want to talk to you about how you can create your reality. We have the choice of our attitudes. We have the choice over our actions, and therefore we are creating our results by the way that we are thinking, the way that we're feeling, and the way we are deciding to live our lives. About a year and a half ago, I did not understand any of this, and so my life was a mess. But I want to teach you how I went from that messy scenario to reprogramming the way that I think, overcoming my limiting beliefs by becoming self-aware and getting intentional with my focus, and how I have learned how to live the way that I want to, how to be the person that I want to be, and how to have and do the things that I want in my life. I want to share that with you because I know how immensely yucky that felt, and I know how beautiful and amazing it feels right now, and where I'm headed, where you are headed, is truly amazing. You have greatness within you, and I want to teach you how you can create the life of your dreams. A year and a half ago, I was in a completely different place than I'm at now. I was working as a first grade teacher in a classroom in a low-income school where kids were struggling each and every day to make choices that impacted their lives positively. They were in complete trauma mode where they're having major meltdowns, they're throwing tables, they're yelling obscenities at me at 6 and 7 years old, and it was incredibly hard. I would have to do room clears where I'd remove all the kids out of the classroom while simultaneously calming down the nerves of the student that was having this major meltdown. It was traumatic. Every single day I felt like I was in fight or flight mode. And it was so stressful as the adult trying to manage this overwhelming situation. And in my school, unfortunately, that's not out of the blue. Like, all the other teachers were experiencing some of that same frustration because of similar kiddos in their class experiencing difficult circumstances. And so when I would go home, I would look for this solitude. I would look for this peace. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case because the environment that I had in my home life wasn't healthy either. I was in a relationship that, to be all fair and honest, just wasn't the right situation. It wasn't healthy, and it wasn't helping me to grow and to be the person that I know that I am now. But I didn't see it then at that point in time. You guys, a year and a half ago, I was at a point in my life where I wanted to be more, I wanted to be better, I wanted to feel good, but every single thing that I did to try and progress myself ended up making things worse. I was told on a consistent basis that I didn't love the person that I was with, that I wasn't worthy, that I didn't deserve to have the things that I had in my life because I wasn't being who I needed to be. I wasn't showing up in the ways that I needed to show up. But I knew in my heart that I was. I knew in my heart that I loved this person, that I was worth it, that I was showing them that I cared. But try as I might, it didn't come through at my home. And try as I might, it didn't come through at school. I was trying so hard to find an answer that I seeked out books. I seeked out quotes, I watched videos, and I tried to learn from other people in my life. And the more that I learned, the more I became empowered, just a little bit within me. I knew that I had to do something because my inner reality did not match my external circumstances. For a while, I had been journaling, I had been reading books, and I actually set a New Year's resolution where I created a law of attraction jar, where I would write things down of the life that I wanted to live and the person that I wanted to become, and I would feel all of those emotions at that point in time, and I'd put it in this little jar, and I would visualize it and feel it. And the more I did that, the more in my relationship, it was viewed as me selfishly putting energy into myself instead of on us in building that relationship. I felt completely lost, you guys, because try as I might, everything that I did, the harder I tried to become the person that I needed to be to show up for other people, the worse I felt when that wasn't my result. I learned, you guys, that I was seeking validation from other people. I was seeking respect from other people. I was seeking love from other people. And I realized that I had given complete control over my life and my experiences and the way that I felt to other people. It wasn't until I made a decision to change all that and to empower myself that my life took a turn for the better. I decided that I had finally had enough of that. I knew that I was destined for more. I knew that greatness was upon me and that I could create the life that I actually wanted to. I just didn't know how. But what I did know was that I couldn't stay in that environment. I couldn't keep surrounding myself in that environment where there was people in my life that weren't supporting me, where there were circumstances in my life that were hindering my growth, and where I constantly felt like I didn't impact the world in the way that I wanted to. And so everything kind of came to a head, and I really feel like I hit rock bottom. I ended up moving out of the house that I was living in and back onto my family's farm. I lost my relationship. I lost my dog. I lost my life, and I lost myself. Well, at least about 99% of myself. I was so beaten down and raw and just felt completely stripped away because every single thing that I was doing didn't feel like it was enough. When I moved here to this house, I didn't have a bed. I didn't have a coffee pot. I didn't have dishes, and I didn't have my own self-dignity. But what I did have was this little piece of Katie Kaiser that wanted to exude itself. I wanted to be authentically me and to express that out into the world and really feel happy again. I knew that other people were feeling happy and that other people were living their lives in positive ways, and I just didn't quite know how to do that for myself. But the very act of throwing out my old life, throwing out my old self and my limiting beliefs allowed me to create something more beautiful. I really immersed myself in reading. I really immersed myself in listening to audios and watching videos of inspirational people that had the lifestyle that I wanted. I gave myself permission to feel everything that I was feeling, whether that was sadness and sorrow, whether that was empowerment and dreaming of what I wanted to create. I allowed myself for once in my life to just be me. I didn't have people telling me who I needed to be anymore, and so I had to create my own definition of what it meant to feel love, my own definition of what it meant to respect myself, what it meant to truly accept who I was and to exude my incredible, amazing self into everything that I did. You see, when you make a decision to accept who you truly are, you begin to grow and you begin to shine. when you recognize that not only is your authentic self deserving of all of your hopes and dreams, but that you are powerful and you have the ability to inspire others and to actually pull that life into your reality through the law of attraction. You become unstoppable when you make that decision to live the way that you truly want to live. By deciding that I wanted to live differently, I started to resonate with my desires instead of resonating with the chaos that I had previously been experiencing. I decided to rewrite the fabric of my universe. I began speaking to myself like I was the person that I wanted to be in the future. I started talking to myself and thinking to myself and feeling the way I would feel if I had already manifested the life of my dreams. I knew what I wanted to have later on. I knew the kind of healthy relationships I wanted. I knew the kind of things that I wanted to be doing, traveling the world, experiencing things with beautiful people and inspiring others because I'm having fun and enjoying myself. I knew that if I could exude all that I wanted to have in the future right now, that would pull it to me at such a faster rate. I started paying attention to the different signs that came up in my life, whether that was a new person, whether that was a quote that really stuck out to me, or a new book that would show up one day when I'm passing through the library. And I had started to notice that on Facebook, one of my really amazing good friends now, someone on Facebook that I didn't really know that well, was posting such inspirational quotes and ideas and talking about the adventures he was going on. And I one day reached out to him and asked him what he was reading. And it wasn't the answer to that question that changed everything for me, but it was the conversations, the true, genuine spirit that he exuded when I talked to him that changed everything for me. Because the way he was living his life was intentional. The way he was living his life was charismatic and on purpose. And I knew that was something I wanted for myself. And so the more I got to know this beautiful individual, the more I realized his divine beauty was being exuded outward from his soul. And I was just enthralled with getting to know him better. We finally hung out in person, and I was overwhelmed with joy because I had actually found someone out in the universe who was working on developing himself positively, just like I had been doing. I felt like our energies aligned so much that I was brought to tears. This person, Dane Prunk, introduced me to a way of life that is authentic and real and genuine. He introduced me to his friends. He introduced me to a culture of people, a whole community of people who are doing life the way that they want to. They're encouraging others. They're living passionately and following their dreams and helping other people to do so too. I am so happy, grateful, and I feel accomplished now that living this way is my daily jam. You guys, I learned that I had to make a decision. I had to stop resisting what was actually there and just throw it away. I had to recreate everything from scratch because what I was doing wasn't matching my reality that I actually wanted to create. I had to think and ask myself, am I enough? Yes. Yes, I am. Am I amazing? Yes. Yes, I am. Am I inspiring? Yes. Is my story worth telling? Absolutely. And am I brave enough to pursue what I actually want? Yeah. That little piece of me, that 1% that didn't get completely obliterated, has swelled and grown so immensely over the last year and a half. Over the last 6 months, over the last 2 months, over the last week, every single day I progress further and further towards the life of my dreams because I finally realize that I ultimately have control over myself. What I decide becomes my reality. And I want you all to know that you have that power within you too. And I want to give you a step-by-step plan, some action steps that you can take in your life to be who you want to be and stop dealing with all the crap that you've been dealing with, to stop feeling stuck, to stop feeling so negative about yourself that you don't want to wake up in the morning and carry on with the way that your life is going, because quite frankly, it's pretty sucky. I want to show you how you can go from that to launching yourself into the passionate, full life that you want to live, how you can exude health, how you can exude happiness, and how you can inspire other people to do the same thing in your life. There are a lot of things in our lives that we've always just lived by. Tony Robbins calls them our blueprints. The way that our parents raised us, or the way that our society or our culture has impacted us, has a lot of influence over the person that we think we need to be out in the real world. And a lot of those things are like ingrained in us at such a subconscious level that we've never even given any thought to it. So I would really encourage you to start to become self-aware. What are the thoughts that you're thinking about yourself on a consistent basis? What are the thoughts that you're thinking about what you're capable of? What are your thoughts on what is possible for you? Because what you think about yourself becomes your reality. You know, Henry Ford says, if you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. At least I'm paraphrasing his idea. But it's so true. We are creating our confines. We're putting ourselves in the box that we think that we have to be in by the language that we use with ourselves. So I would really encourage you to think about what's your biggest fear and what is holding you back. I'll give you an example. So a couple months ago, I went to an event where we actually dove really deeply into our limiting beliefs. And I got to this point where I was thinking about my childhood. And I had this experience that I didn't even realize was impacting me in my adult life. But long story short, when I was about 8 years old, my stepmom told me that I couldn't live at my dad's house anymore. And my dad went along with that. And so I ended up living with my mom for the rest of time. And that in and of itself, like, subconsciously told me that I wasn't like worthy of living with my family. Like, I had done something so wrong that I didn't deserve to be here with people that loved me and cared about me. From then on, my dad was expected to pay child support, and sometimes it would come through and sometimes it wouldn't. And as an adult now, I'm able to understand that there were extenuating circumstances. But the message that came to me as a child was basically that not only was I not deserving of time and love, but I also wasn't deserving of financial resources. And so that has, over time, allowed me to put myself into situations as a young adult that reinforced that. I put myself in relationships and in work environments and just everything in general that reiterated that to me, that I wasn't worth it, that I wasn't valuable enough, that I didn't have enough to offer to be loved and accepted and appreciated for who I was. And it wasn't until a couple months ago when I really dove into this that I decided to let that go so that I could replace it with something more purposeful. I had this incredible opportunity with the beautiful people I've been speaking about to write some of those limiting beliefs down on a paper lantern. So I literally wrote, I am afraid that I will never be seen, valued, appreciated, or loved for who I truly am, and I'm worried that people won't see my true character. And so, like, saying it now, like, it truly almost makes me laugh because it just sounds ridiculous. But, like, that's something that I've been feeling my whole life. And so I wrote that down on a paper lantern, and collectively we had a couple hundred people. We walked down to a lake, and we watched the sun go down, and we lit these paper lanterns, and they filled up with hot air, and collectively we released them over the lake, and we just watched our fears float away. It was such a moving experience because there's things like that that are deeply embedded from my childhood that I had no idea were still impacting me to this day. But when I allowed myself to see it, when I became self-aware and I decided to release it, it opened up a space within me where I could get intentional and decide what I wanted to put there. So I decided to kind of change my affirmations and change the language that I used with myself. And so I want to tell you a couple of the things that I currently tell myself that are completely different than what I used to. I tell myself now that I'm confident, I am beautiful, I am strong, I am growth-oriented, reflective, positive, funny, intelligent, and caring. I am mindful, I am healthy, I am playful, I'm courageous and independent, and I'm at peace with vulnerability. I'm kind, I'm intriguing, and I'm charismatic. Saying all that feels so much better than saying, I'm not worth it, people don't love me for who I am, and no one sees me for who I am. Just in saying that out loud to myself, I've created a different reality, a different space, a different vibration that has allowed me to take different actions. Because as I've gotten purposeful about the way that I communicate with who I am, my external environment has started to match that as well. And so some of the people that I've attracted into my life, the books or the videos or the experiences that I've been able to explore now are so much different, but it's because I decided to release those limiting beliefs and rewrite my blueprint. You have to set your vision, you guys. What do you actually want to create? Okay, so I changed that limiting belief into a positive affirmation. I am seen, valued, appreciated, and loved for the character that I possess and exude out into the world. I got so intentional with that focus that I started to feel it on a consistent basis. Every single day, I do things that launch me into the life that I actually want now. So after that trip a couple months ago where we released the paper lanterns, I came back from that trip and I wrote down all the things that I wanted in my life, spiritually, mentally, physically, in my social relationships, in my personal relationships, and then in my business and my career and where I'm headed. So I got really, really intentional, and I actually created a list of daily methods of operation that are my guiding principles for my life now. So in spirituality, I have every single day, I breathe for at least 10 minutes and just reflect on who I am and where I'm going. I read what my life is going to look like in 3 years because I typed it all out on the computer. I write down visualization. So I say, I am so happy and grateful now that, and then I write down a big list of things and I read it out loud to myself. That's kind of the same concept as that law of attraction jar that I started a couple years ago, but I do it every single day, and reading it, some of those things have already started to come into play, like the day of. It's crazy how fast it's manifesting for me. I also express gratitude every single morning when I wake up, and I give myself at least 3 self-love compliments, and I write in my journal. Those are all the spiritual things that I do on a daily basis. Mentally, I have made a commitment or a decision to read at least 10 pages a day and to listen to at least 15 minutes of audios or watch a video of people that have figured out life, whether that's Tony Robbins or Jim Rohn or Oprah or Will Smith or Alexi Panos or a whole plethora of other inspired people that are living the way they want to live. It's adding value to me each and every day, and growing my mind is so important because ultimately, our minds are like the computer programs. If we have downloaded good information, then we're going to be able to produce good things in our lives. Physically, at a bare minimum, every single day, first thing when I wake up, I do 100 crunches and I do 10 push-ups. Throughout the day, I drink a minimum of 45 ounces of alkaline water. And I also eat leafy greens, and at least once a week I go for a nice long run. In my relationships, I've been working really hard on building the relationships that I want and exuding the confidence and the beauty that a relationship should be, not the mess that mine was before. And so I say like I see you statements. Like I really try and notice who people are and what they're doing in life, and appreciate them for what they're doing, because I know that's what I want more of in my life, for people to see that and appreciate me for exactly who I am. I also make a point to ask a really like deep question to someone in my life and get them to think about who they are and what they want, because I know how powerful questions have been for me. And then I either text or call or spend time with one family member or close friend in my life, because I found that the people you surround yourself with most, you become the average of the top 5. It's the law of association. And so I'm getting intentional with the people that I want to spend time with so that I can build those healthy relationships. Socially, I'm trying to inspire the world by writing an inspiring post or making a video like I'm doing right now, or just adding value out into the larger community on social media so that I can share that with the world. I'm also seeking out a new book, a new quote, or a new person each day to add value to my life. I am getting outside and just experiencing nature and experiencing my community for a minimum of 2 minutes. All of these things are like my minimums, you guys, because what I found is that your minimums become your maximums. And what I mean by that is when you make a point to do something just a little bit, you end up doing that a lot more in your life. And when you do that a lot more in your life and you've been intentional with the habits that you're creating, you start to live the life that you want to live. Like it just magically appears. In addition, I'm hosting a social event each week, whether that means I'm bringing my friends over for a bonfire, or we're going for a hike, or we're going to the lake, whatever it is. I'm trying to do something with people that's influencing a positive culture of the way that I want. And then in business, I'll save that for another time, you guys, but there's a lot of things that I'm also focused on there. And so in each and every one of these categories, I've like gotten really, really crystal clear about the kind of person that I want to become and the life that I want to live. And in having that depth of vision, in setting my focus, I've been able to take daily action steps. Brendan Burkhardt, who is the author of Motivation Manifesto, has a quote that's really been resonating with me lately. That's actually the book that I'm currently reading. And he talks about stepping outside of your comfort zone and just facing your fears, because every time you do that, you grow and grow and you become more confident in your ability to do just that. So here's the quote. He says, "We can choose the courage to put ourselves in the vicinity of fear over and over again until we grow more comfortable and then confident." You guys, every single time that you take an action or you step out of your comfort zone, new doors are opened, because you just did something that you've never done before. You just opened up this whole new universe of possibility. And it's like, if you just see those possibilities but never take action on them, they're going to fade away from your life. But if the universe is presenting them for you and you decide to take action on them, that builds momentum and you start accelerating through life. Because the universe or God or whatever it is that this magical serendipitous bliss in this universe is allowing you to experience this for a reason. And if you can decide to take action on those things, to step forward into the life that you actually want, and to not be so scared, but to actually just exude confidence in who you are and what you want to become and what you want to create, I guarantee you it's going to start showing up. I guarantee you, if you, from then when it starts showing up, if you can get grateful for that and express your gratitude out into the world for the people, for the experiences, for everything, it's going to show up more. It's like, that's like the multiplying factor, the 10x factor, if you will. Because when you are grateful for things, you are putting yourself in such a high state of vibration. You're exuding that out into the world. And by doing that, it magnetizes more of those positive experiences and people to you. A year and a half ago, when I was so focused on, oh my gosh, I'm not the person that I need to be, and I'm not worthy, and I'm not deserving, and like, oh, I can't have love, and everything's stressful at school and at home, like, that's where all of my focus was. I was repeating that over and over. Like, that was my habit, to be stuck on the negative. Like, even though I knew in my heart, like, I wanted more, I was destined for more, that's not where my focus was. So where your focus is set, whether that's on your limiting beliefs or whether that's on like you being empowered and confident in who you are and what you're creating, that's what comes. Okay? So if you can learn to be self-aware and to reflect on, what am I saying to myself? What actions am I taking? And what results am I getting? And you reflect on that and like modify and tweak it to the way that you actually want it to be, then that's where you're truly going to become the person that you want to become and live the way that you want to live. Because it allows you to expand your reality, because you habitually learn to grow. You habitually take steps that are outside of your comfort zone. And if you want a different result, you have to do something different, because your habits create your life. Set your goals, set your intentions, make an action plan for doing so, and then track your progress as you go. With all of those things that I told you are on my daily methods of operation, I actually have a chart in a notebook where I have graph paper, and I am literally coloring in each and every day. Yep, I breathed for 10 minutes. Yep, I did my 100 crunches. And so I have this whole feedback form of what's gone well, what am I not hitting, and then I ask myself why. It's truly an asking yourself, you're asking yourself that question or those questions each and every day that is going to allow you to have a different thought pattern and to change something. You see, everybody wants to change in their life. They want change in their life, but they're not willing to change. So if you can just know that change is necessary for growth, just know that it's beautiful. Like, change doesn't have to be this like hard, scary thing. Like when you shed your limiting beliefs, when you let go, you release all of that yuckiness, it opens up this space for you to manifest what you want, to grow and to develop into the human being that lives with purpose, with intention. Okay, I'm going to tell you one last step. If you can actually track this and get intentional about it, not only for yourself, but communicate that out into the world with others through accountability, it's going to set your focus on fire. When other people know your dreams, and they're the kind of people that dream too and are this focused too, it amplifies everything, because you can ask each other those difficult questions. Sometimes it's seeing other people do it that allows me to do it. Sometimes it's me doing it that allows other people to do what they want to do. And so it's like when you can find a group of people that allows you to be who you want to be and helps you to grow, it inspires the world and it inspires you, and it's just, the growth is immense and it's so positive and it feels so incredible. I didn't know how to find those people a year and a half ago. I just knew I couldn't stay where I was. And so what I would encourage you all to do is a couple of things. One, set your vision. Where do you want to go? Who do you want to be? What life do you want to live? 2, track it. Actually create something on paper. Write it down and mark off if you're doing those things that take actions on it each and every day, and ask yourself questions so you can reflect on it. And number 3, start noticing the opportunities in your life that show up, whether that's a person, whether that's a book, whether that's a quote or an experience or a new job or a new adventure, whatever it is, go for it. If it feels right in your gut, do it. Do not ignore your gut, you guys. Like, your gut is your heart, it's your soul, and you have to live on purpose, okay? Your intuition, your inner being is trying to exude what it wants to, and you can't just ignore it, okay? So those 3 things. And then last but not least, be grateful when those things show up in your life, because that gratitude expands it on an exponential level. I hope that tonight's talk, you guys, has allowed you to see that you can truly go from the bottom of the barrel to living in euphoric land. I don't know how to describe it to you guys. Like, there are no words. It's all a feeling. But you get to create the life of your dreams. You get to create your reality by choosing your attitudes, by choosing your actions, and being grateful for the results. Whether you have negative results in your life right now, whether you have positive results in your life right now. It is all because of your attitude and your actions on a consistent basis. If it's not what you want, change it. If it is what you want, do that more. Because you have so much greatness within you. You have so much power within you to be everything that you want to be and to exude that confidently out into the world. And you never know who you might be inspiring. You're all incredible and beautiful, and I have so much love for each and every one of you watching this video, whether we've met or not. I would love to connect with all of you and to just help you to grow. I hope that my message has inspired you to at least contemplate what it is that you truly want, and I would love to hear from you what you're doing in your life to take action on your dreams. Have an amazing day, everyone.
Nowadays it seems like the same old things.
Let me ask you a question. How many of you on January 1st made a decision that you were going to have a New Year's resolution to have a fresh start? You look back over your life in 2016 and realized that you weren't happy. There were some things that needed to be changed. Well, here we are in the middle of the year, and I can guarantee you that some of you didn't even make it to the first 30 days. You made that decision that you wanted to do something, but you just didn't stick with it. My name is Gwen Cunningham, better known as Coach Gwen with Fresh Start Your Life Academy. And I'm here and I'm going to give you 5 strategies on how to start fresh and live your best life. That's right, have a fresh start to live your best life. And the first thing I'm going to talk about is focus. See, because you have to have something to focus on. Whether it is a dream, whether you decided that you wanted to change your job, you wanted to start a weight loss program, whatever it is, you have to stay focused. And the first thing about being focused, you have to get honest. And you have to take a personal inventory. And you have to be willing to look at yourself in the mirror and ask yourself, what do I need to remove, whether it's good, bad, or ugly? You have to be able to look at yourself. And I know some of you do look at yourself. I'm quite sure that you say it's easy. But the thing is, do you follow through? See, because when you do a personal inventory, we're talking about an action step. And right now, those of you who are at home, you can get out a piece of paper, get a pen, and to do a personal inventory, you have to get into action. And we're going to put that into 3 categories. The first category is what's in your life that's not working for you right now. Whether it's a belief system that you were raised with, maybe it's some of the relationships that you have, and so forth. And then the second column, I want you to talk about your assets. Because in the midst of all this, we do have some things that we're good at. We do practice some good behaviors. We do have some good belief systems. And we do have some good practices. And then the third one is, what do we need help with? Because sometimes we do just need a little bit of help. Sometimes we might have a dream, we might have a vision, but we just don't know how to execute it. So my thing is that you need to stay focused. And then the second thing that you need to do to stay focused, and this works for me, is to have a reason. See, because a reason is going to make you stay on course. A reason is going to keep you on track. I'm going to be transparent right now. When I look back over my life, for 28 years, I had a drug addiction. That's right, I had a drug addiction, and I had no reason. Everything I did was just for the moment. I lived in the moment. I didn't plan. I didn't have no vision. I didn't have no goals. I might have started some new ideas, but I never stuck with them. What I'm learning and what I've learned in that process, in order for me to make a change in my life, is just not about a New Year's resolution. It's about starting fresh. I have to change my mindset. So what I had to do was I had to get that pen and paper out, and I had to write some things, and some things I didn't want to look at. Some things I was very comfortable with, like relationships. I was around certain people that didn't serve me well. And sometime in your life, when you start to grow, some people have to go. Doesn't mean that you don't love them. Doesn't mean that you don't care about them. It's just that their assignment is over. Everybody has a season in your life. So don't be afraid to sit down, look at yourself. I mean, really, really look at yourself. Take that look in the mirror and address it. Take some time to really address some things, and then look at your assets, because we all have some good things. One thing about me, I know I'm a go-getter. I know that I'm able to encourage other people. I know there's a lot of things about me that's good, but I use them in the wrong way. So now I had to learn some different stuff. And then I had to learn how to ask for help. I had to learn how to say, I don't know how. I do have a dream, but I don't know how to execute it. And that's a beautiful thing. It's okay to ask for help. That means that you're humble. Matter of fact, a person who asks for help is a real wise person to me. A person who reaches out and say, I want something, but I just don't know how to go about it. And then you have to realize that sometimes you're going to have to encourage yourself, because in life, some of those old behaviors that I had and that I dealt with, and I'm quite sure some of you deal with it too. Yes, I let go some friends, but when times got rough, I wanted to turn back to them. And I had to learn ways how to encourage myself. I had to tell myself, you know what? You can do this. You too can live your best life. And in order to live your best life, you have to remain and keep certain people out of your life. And then the other thing I had to do, I had to find somebody that I can lean on. I had to get a coach, because sometimes it was hard to encourage myself. I had to get somebody that saw something in me that I couldn't see and help me execute it. And sometimes you got to reach out and you got to grab somebody else's hand and let them love you, teach you until you can do it yourself. And then the other thing that I had to learn is that I had to stay the course. See, because we can always start out running, just like people do in the beginning of the year. They start out with a New Year's resolution. They talk about what they want. But when life shows up, when Murphy's Law come into play, when things don't go their way, you have to remember your reason. You got to get back on track. You have to pick yourself up, and you have to stay the course. And it's not going to be easy, but you can do it. You have to believe in yourself. You got to believe in the possibilities that you too can live your best life. The fifth thing that you have to do, this is a must, you must stay hungry. You must stay hungry. Because when you're hungry for something, you're going to go after it no matter what. When life shows up and those storms come, you have to realize on the other side of the storms, there's some sunlight. And sometimes I would get into fear, and then eventually I would see the light. That's right, I would see the light. It gave me some hope. And so I stayed on the course. I stayed hungry. You have to find something in your life that you really, really want to change. Like for me, I have to be very transparent. I lived 28 years of my life with a drug addiction. I wasn't focused on too much of anything. It got to a point where one part of my life, I didn't even want to live no more. Until I got to that point where I needed some help, and I reached out, and I got myself a sponsor, and I went through a 12-step program. But one thing I love about the 12-step program, with a personal inventory, I had to really look myself in the mirror. And I had to look at the good, the bad, and the ugly. And that was difficult. And not just look, I had to get into action. Because at this point, it wasn't about me having a sponsor, a coach, or help. It was about Gwen addressing Gwen, looking at the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I had to write it down in categories. You know, in the first category, I had to look at my life of what was working for me. What wasn't working for me? Who were the people that I was hanging around? Did they want things out of life? You know, I had to find a reason that I had to find out why I wanted to live. You know, what made me want, I didn't want to live that life I lived before. I knew there was more for me in life, and I had to find that reason. And that reason was, I knew that God put me here for a purpose. He had a purpose for my life, and he had a plan, and I know that my life was to live the best that I can live. And I had an assignment. See, it's one thing to have an assignment and not live your assignment, and there's another thing to have an assignment and be able to help others with it. And so what I had to do was, I had to do that inventory, and after I wrote the inventory, I had to do some changes. I had to eliminate some people out of my life. Because what I found that, as I was growing, I couldn't take everybody with me. Some people weren't ready to go, and that's okay. I can love them from a distance. The next thing I had to do was learn how to encourage myself. See, because there were times when I wanted to fall back to those old behaviors. There were times when life got rough for me. And maybe you out there too, you go through those times. You go through those changes when life got rough for you. Like that New Year's resolution that you did and you gave up. You didn't have enough reason to hold on. So I believe encouragement is very important. And you have to put affirmations together. And some of you, and I call them affirmations. I had to find something that was going to affirm me. I had to believe that anything that I wanted in life was possible. That's right, it's possible. And I had to change my belief system. You ever see people sometime when they're on a race and they're running and they're running track and they're ready to give up, and then they get right around the bend and they get tired, but they started thinking about that reason, what they was in the race for, what the race was all about. The race was about staying the course, getting to the other side, becoming a winner, wanting to live their best life. That's right. Live your best life. And you have to stay on course. So, and life's going to throw you sometime. Murphy's Law is going to pop up, but it's okay. Stay on course. The next thing that I had to do was I had to stay hungry. I had to remember everything that I've been through, the fight that I'm in now, and I couldn't give up. Just like a champion where they're fighting. They didn't start out being a champion. They had to work at it. They had to constantly work at it. They had to go to training all the time. Well, that's what you have to do when you're wanting to start fresh. You constantly have to work on yourself. You have to review it, you got to feel it, and you have to live it every day. And you can't look at the journey, because on the journey sometime, you're going to fall off. You're going to be distracted. Life's going to show up. Life showed up for me. In the midst of me making changes in my life, I had a divorce going on. I wanted to write a book. I raised a child. There were so many things that were going on for me, but you know what? I had to stay on track because I knew that I had a story that was going to help somebody. That's right. I had a story that was going to help somebody. It wasn't about me no more. It was about living my best life so I can help somebody else live their best life. So what I'm sharing with you today is that starting fresh is a beautiful thing. Is it going to be easy? No, it's not going to be easy. But you have to stay on course. Hungry. You have to remember the purpose. You have to stay hungry. And I have to keep saying that. Because when I get hungry, even sometimes when I'm out and I get hungry and I want to eat, I will go through anything to make that happen. I will change anything to make it happen. So what I'm telling you is that no matter what's going on in your life, stay hungry. Stay hungry. Remember, this is about living your best life. Why? Because we only get one. That's it. We only get one. I just want to share with you that no matter where you are, whether you're coming off a bad relationship, whether you're trying to do weight loss, whether you're trying to find a new career, whatever you're trying to do, just remember that you too can start fresh if you use those 5 strategies that I just gave to you to help change my life around. Because the life I'm living today, I'm living my best life. That's right. I'm living my best life, and there's more to come. And if I can do it, you can do it. And thank you guys for listening, and I am so excited, and I can't wait to see you all on the other side of a fresh start, living your best life. And I want to give you a chapter of my book to help you on that fresh start. The name of the book is called The Art of a Fresh Start. So if you would just text the word Start Fresh to 555-888. Once again, if you would text the word Start Fresh to 555-888. See you on the other side of your fresh start. Go ahead and live your best life.
Each and every day, locked up in a cage. Now it's time to break the chain.
My name is Lachelle Barnett, and I'm the CEO of the Reset Room. And in the Reset Room, we help people take the dysfunction of their past and use it to create the future that they desire. And so my responsibility is to remind you of who you really are, to be able to give you tools and to help you be able to believe that you are fucking awesome, right? So this is what I know. What I know is life comes for all of us, right? And it has a way of dealing us a hand that can make it pretty difficult for us to believe that who we are is fucking awesome. We all have those moments where we are excited and we excel at something and we feel pretty good about ourselves. Maybe we've exceeded our expectations. Maybe we've exceeded somebody else's expectations. And in those moments, it's easy to believe that we are fucking awesome, right? But I'm not talking about in those moments. I'm talking about believing that we're awesome all the time, regardless to our circumstances. So I can think about several things in my life that have impacted me in a way that has made it difficult to really believe those things in different seasons, right? So when I think about my childhood, I didn't grow up with parents, right? So both of my biological parents are addicts. And so I didn't grow up with either one of them in my childhood. And when I think back, it has made such a huge impact on me, right? There are times where I struggle with abandonment and self-esteem issues and all of these different things, all because my parents weren't there. Huge impact, right? One of those life-changing circumstances. Also, so my aunt, she raised me. And when I tell you that she did the best that she could, I know she did, right? Without her help and her stepping in and taking me on, my life would be in a completely different direction because she gave me a level of stability that catapulted the rest of my life. But there was also things that she couldn't give me, right? Some of those internal things, the emotional support. So the loves, the hugs, the encouragement, I didn't get those things. And going through your childhood without hugs and kisses and encouragement, man, it leaves an impact. If I keep going through my life, I can come up with story after story. When I got pregnant at 14, it was a life-changing situation for lots of reasons, right? So one, my son's father, 12 years older than me. And so as a result, we had to go through a lot of legal stuff. And at 14, having to get on a stand and talk to judges and lawyers, man, it left an impact on me. In addition to that, being put out at 14 and having to go and stay in a group home with strangers for an entire year, man, that thing impacted me. I could keep going and going and going. When I decided I was going to get up and go to college and I was going to go to another state and I was going to take my son with me in a city where I knew no one, man, that thing impacted me. And so my point here is we all have those kind of stories, right? We all have those scenarios and situations that have impacted us, situations that have made it difficult for us to really believe that we're incredible, that we're awesome. And so today I'm going to give you 4 steps, right? Essentially the process for really believing that you are fucking awesome. So let's get into it. So step 1 is being able to know yourself with certainty, right? So when I say know yourself with certainty, what I mean is being able to know for certain, without a doubt, without a question, about who you are, right? So of course, this is a process. It would be great if it could be one of those things where you take a week off of work and you read a bunch of books, and at the end of that week, you are clear about who you are. But we already know that 9 times out of 10, well, it never happens that way, right? It doesn't work that way. It takes time to be able to figure out who you really are. But the key is you have to be intentional, right? If you're not intentional, lots of times we never get there and we never fully understand who we are. But if we do, it takes a long time. The process is really hard. And so we have to learn to be intentional about figuring out who we are. And I would venture to say that the more dysfunction you have in your past, right, the more things that you've been through, the more challenges, the more pain, the more intentional you have to be about figuring out who you really are. So figuring out who you really are looks a lot of different ways, right? It's going to change from person to person. And of course, there's this whole continuum or this whole spectrum of trying to figure out who you are. So when we're talking about kind of the basics, right, the basics of knowing who you are simple things. What's your favorite color? What do you like to do for fun? What kind of things relieve your stress? Are you a social person or are you more of an introvert? Right? Those are all kind of simple surface things, important, and it makes it easier to kind of know who you are when we're talking about the surface things. But as we move up this scale, right, and things become a little bit more complex, it becomes even more difficult to really know yourself with certainty. We have ideas. We have an idea of who we are. But when we start moving up the scale in complexity, man, it gets a bit more difficult to be able to say, I know 100% sure that this is who I am. So let me give you an example. So let's think about it from a relationship standpoint, right? Can you with certainty know the difference between your wants and your needs? Because they're different. Are you able to identify the difference between the things you want, the things you need, your desires, right? And if you can't, that's one of those areas that you have to explore. What are the things that are most important to you? So let me give you an example, okay? So for me, I know myself, right? And I know that I could not be in a relationship with someone who does not give public displays of affection. So I'm talking about simple things, holding hands in public, kissing. I'm not talking about slobbing me down, right? And doing things that you really should be reserved for the comforts of your own home. I'm talking about simple ways of showing affection and love when you're in public. Like, because I know myself, I don't get into relationships. I don't get involved with people. I don't date people who aren't willing to do those things, right? So when you know yourself, you're able to make concrete decisions. And when you don't know yourself, then it becomes a problem because you're easily swayed. And when you're easily swayed, it creates self-doubt, it creates questions, and all of that can lead to all kinds of stuff, right? Self-doubt can lead to loneliness and sadness and worry and all kinds of stuff. And so it becomes very important that you know yourself with certainty, right? And if you don't, right? So if you have some things that you kind of know and you kind of think, all that means is that you have to take the time to explore. Figure out what are those things that you really need to get concrete about so that you can know yourself with certainty. That's step one. Okay, so step two is addressing your past, right? And I really can't stress this enough. Addressing your past is important because if you don't, it will show up, right? So sometimes it's obvious. We know the things that are causing us issues, right? But sometimes it's not as obvious, and we look up 5 and 10 years later, and those things from our past have affected our business or our marriage or our parenting or whatever that thing may be. And so it becomes very important that we learn to address our past and not avoid it. So of course, addressing your past looks a lot of different ways, right? The same way with the first thing that we talked about. It's kind of on the spectrum. So when we start talking about the basic way, right? The basic way of knowing and really addressing your past, we're talking about simply taking the time to reflect, right? So when I take the time to reflect on the last job I had, right? The last relationship I was in, my health over the last year, that is addressing my past to a certain degree, because my responsibility there is to really look at what I learned. Because the past has a way of teaching us things, right? Teaching us about life, but really teaching us about us. So those are kind of the basic ways of looking and examining your past, is really just to reflect. And then as you move up the scale to the more complex ways, there are other ways. So it could be reading books and journaling, right? That's one of the ways that we kind of address our issues, finding books on topics that apply to us, right? But the more complex the issues, again, the more dysfunction that you have in your past, typically the higher you're going to be up on this scale in terms of how you address your past. So usually the higher up you get on the scale, it requires that you have the help of someone else, because it is difficult to change your perspective on your past all by yourself. So usually it requires a therapist, a coach, a mentor, somebody outside of yourself that is going to help you navigate and make some connections to the things that you've been through, right? It becomes very important that we figure out how to address our past. And you decide on what end of the spectrum that you're on. Are you on the side where you really just need to take some quiet time and reflect, figure out what you've learned? Or are you on the other end of the spectrum where you need the help of someone else? And I would venture to say that most people are on the end where you need the help of somebody else, right? We have been through so many things in our lives, and those things have taken root and they have affected us. Those things that I've named about my own past are just a small portion of the things that I've been through. And when you look at your own stories, I'm sure that you can identify similar things. And so more times than not, I find that people are on the side of needing the help of someone else, a mentor, a coach, a therapist, whatever you so choose. So that's step two, right? So step one was knowing yourself with certainty. And step two is addressing your past. So then we're going to move on to step three. And step three, highly important, and I think a lot of people get stuck here, is putting the work in the area of your choice, right? So what I find is that people are putting work in. I don't typically run into a lot of lazy people sometimes, right? But more times than not, I find that people want to grow. They're working on changing different things in their life. But the problem becomes that they're frustrated and they're tired because they're not getting the results that they want. And what I find is it's because they haven't done step one and step two, right? You have to do step one and step two before you can ever put the work in the area and be able to make the impact that you're really looking for. Because what happens is when you do step one and step two, when you really get to know yourself and you figure out who you are and you begin to address your past, you learn things, right? You learn things about yourself. And those things that you learn inform your decisions, right? And so now I know where I need to put my time. I know where I need to put my attention. The key part about all of this is that you have to put the work in, right? So maybe after I've done step 1 and step 2, I've learned some of my strengths. Maybe I didn't really realize that I was good at this thing over here. Or maybe I figured out what my gifting was or my purpose. And so I decide that I'm going to pursue opening a business, or I'm going to work on my parenting because I figured out all these strengths that I wasn't really aware of before. Or maybe you're on the other side, right? Maybe you identify some weaknesses, some areas of your life that really need to be improved in order for you to get to your goals or your next destination. And so you decide that I'm going to put my time, my energy, my effort into being able to work on some of these areas that really need some improvement. Either way, whether you're on the strength side or whether you're on the weaknesses side and areas that need to be improved, you get to choose where you're going to put your time and your energy. But the key is that you have to put the work in and decide to put some energy, some effort, and to be able to invest in yourself, right? So that's step 3. Let me just recap. So step 1, knowing yourself with certainty. Step 2 is being able to address your past. And then step 3 is being able to put the work in the area of your choice. All right. So the last and final one, right? So step 4 is remind yourself often. Because the thing is, life is going to keep happening to us, right? You're going to get the flat tire. The kids are going to get sick. Your money's going to get low. You're going to have issues in your business or your marriage or whatever it may be. Life is going to keep happening to us. And so we have to figure out ways to remind ourselves in that moment that we are still fucking awesome. Despite our circumstances, despite the issues that are going on around us, it doesn't change that we're awesome, right? Because the truth is, right, and I want you to catch this, the truth is you're allowed to be both a masterpiece and a work in progress simultaneously, right? Like you're allowed to be both. You're allowed to be both a masterpiece as well as a work in progress all at the same time. Because the truth is, fuck that, you're awesome is an attitude. It's a perspective, right? For me, it means I get to remind myself that no, I'm not perfect. Yes, I still have flaws, but I'm still incredible, right? God gifted me for this, flaws and all. It is just simply a reminder of who you really are. It is an attitude. And so you have to figure out ways to remind yourself when you're in the midst of storms who you really are. And they need to be very simple ways, right? Things that don't take a lot of energy, because when you're in the middle of the storm, you usually don't have a lot to give, right? You got to have simple ways that you can remind yourself of who you are. So for myself, this is how I do it, right? So because I know me, right? I know that I'm a pretty visual person. I'm kind of a nerd. So I decided a couple years ago, well, not quite a couple years ago, but my last birthday, I decided that I was going to paint my walls with dry erase board paint, right? Because that allows me to write on my walls and color code and be all nerdy, right? I love that kind of thing. So I painted my hallways. I painted my office, all of it with dry erase board paint. And so now I have things that God has told me, things that other people have told me, things that I've read in books, things that I've told myself, right? I have all of these different things that are encouraging to me. And I write them in a language that matters to me. And when I read it, it encourages me, right? All I have to do is stand in my hallway and take it in. That's it. All I have to do is stand in my hallway and read the things that God has told me about who I am, what books have told me, what I've had to remind myself of, lots of different things that I've encountered over the course of my life. And it's just such a simple thing. It is such a simple thing. It takes no effort. And my mood switches every single time. I kid you not. Every single time I stand in that hallway, I am reminded that I'm awesome. What am I here tripping for? Why am I even tripping about this money situation or this health situation or something happening at work? Whatever it may be, I remind myself that I'm awesome. And you too have to remind yourself that you are awesome. You have to find simple ways to do that. So the 4 steps that you have to take, right, in order to really remember and really believe with certainty that you are fucking awesome are as follows, right? So step 1, you got to know yourself with certainty. Step 2 is you have to address your past, right? Step 3 is you have to put the work in the area that you choose. And then step 4, right, the last and final step, is figure out how you're going to remind yourself. I really want to encourage you today to give yourself permission to be awesome. Give yourself permission to go through these steps, to put the work in, so that way when you get done with the work, you can believe always that you have laid a foundation for who you really are, right? And no one will be able to come in and sway that because you know the work that you put in. So if you have enjoyed my short speech here today, then I want to give you a number to text in, right? I love giving free gifts. So everyone that is watching today will get a free gift if you so choose, right? All you have to do is text the word life, right? So this is Live Your Best Life Conference. And so you're going to text the word life, L-I-F-E, to the following number. It's 574-318-3048. I'm going to say it again. The number is 574-318-3048. If you text the word life to that number, you will get a free gift. You're going to be surprised. It's going to go straight along with the conversation we had today. And I am looking forward to being able to hear all of the wonderful things that will be happening in your life as you continue to grow in the areas of your choice. So give yourself permission today, okay? Give yourself permission to be fucking awesome.
Greetings to each and every one of you. I am so excited to be here with you today for the 2017 Live Your Best Life Conference. Listen, allow me to tell you that you've joined the right, you've in the right place rather, at the right time, wherever you are in the world. I am Dr. Nikisha, your communication catalyst, where I show C-suite leaders how to impact those that they serve using effective communication. So you know who you are, those C-suite leaders that look like executive directors or CEOs in the company, or you're that superintendent of the school district, you're the team leader, you are the team manager or supervisor. You know exactly who you are. And so I show up in the world to show you how to impact your clients and your employees that you serve so well. I cannot tell you again how elated I am to be with you for this event. It is an amazing opportunity to grab hold of every tool, every strategy, every nugget or tip or thought that someone is going to, any speaker will provide you throughout this event, because there's so much to really gain from this. There's a wealth of information that you're going to receive. And so listen, I don't want to keep you waiting on what this is all about, but I want to say to you that you have again, you've made the best decision that you can make in this day alone, in this hour, this second, this moment, just to show up for yourself so that you can live your best life. And one of the ways in which you can live your best life is by literally understanding that your mouthpiece is your masterpiece. So that's why I show up. I'm showing up to remind you that your mouthpiece, yes, I did, your mouthpiece is your masterpiece indeed. And so often as leaders in our great space, we really don't hone in on the fact that everything that we say impacts the world in some manner. Everything that we say impacts those around us. Everything that we say impacts the results that we receive and that we get because of this tool. Is what I call the hole in our face. Yes, right here, this mouthpiece, it impacts everything that we do and that we say, because we're going to get that back once we speak it out. So listen, I want to share this with you. I want to pose this question to any of you. Can you think of a time in your life as a child? Think back to your childhood. And as I'm thinking right now, I can recall the moment where I was that child. I can remember clearly being that child that created things as a small girl. As a young girl, I loved arts and crafts. I was one of those that was one of my gifts and talents, rather, where I realized that I was an artist later on, but I would create various arts and crafts and I would put them away. I would hide them from my, cousins or friends that would come over so they wouldn't tear it apart. Even those little pictures that you made for a mom or dad or a grandparent or in school when they would have you to paint pictures. And, as a child, that was something that you found to be an honor because you could not wait to get home to give your mom or dad or grandparent that piece of artwork that you created. Maybe it was a greeting card that you created for Mother's Day or Father's Day or a birthday. And you protected it so closely because you realized and you thought you may not have really had the word or the phrase for it, but it was so near and dear to you that it became like a masterpiece. That's how I can recall it as a child for myself, as a young girl. Different things that I created in school, I began to keep those and compile them in a folder. And then as I went through middle school and high school and I took art classes, they became a part of my portfolio, to the point where even as I was preparing for college, I knew that I wanted to go off to an art institute somewhere and that I needed to submit a portfolio. So those masterpieces that I created from a child through middle and high school, all the way through 12th grade, those were pieces that became so near and dear to me. Can you recall a time of something that you held so close to you for years? Even it could have been something that, again, you created for someone else or even for yourself, but it became a masterpiece. Listen, I just want to remind you that your mouthpiece that you were already given is your masterpiece. See, you didn't have to create this because it was created for you. It was created for you. You were molded in like that clay. You were already formed in your mother's womb. So this right here was already created for you as your masterpiece. Now, what you do with that makes all the difference. How you use your masterpiece, which is your mouthpiece, that makes all of the difference. That determines how well and how much you impact those around you and in your community, in your environment, in your workplace, in your homes. That determines how you impact those around you. And so listen, I stopped by just for a few moments of your time. I just want you to understand something as a leader in your workplace, as a leader of your company, as a leader even in your home space. Whether you're a parent or even, a neighbor or a community leader, that we're always using this tool right here. We're always using our mouthpiece. And, it's interesting to me because as a communication catalyst, I find it really interesting that so many leaders question why sometimes the revenue in their companies is decreasing or the turnover rate is increasing in their companies. People are going in and out of the doors. They're hiring people and they're quitting faster than they can hire them because the turnover rate it becomes like a revolving door in their company, and they're wondering what is happening. They're wondering why, as leaders, the performance productivity that they see in their company is dwindling down, and that the employees are not really excited about meeting deadlines and producing so much product and completing deadlines and projects in the company? Well, guess what? It's because we don't always realize that our mouthpiece is our masterpiece. What we say to people really impacts the results that we get. Allow me to say that one more time. What we say to others really determines the results that we get back. Because this is the thing, right? About 85% of success in life right now, about 85 to 90% of success in life is directly attributed to our communication skills. Yes, indeed. About 85 to 90% of the success in our individual lives and in our companies and anything that we put our hands to is directly attributed to the way in which we communicate with other people. And it's really, it's vital that we grab hold to it, because this is the thing, right? People, you know, Gregory Hines once said this several years ago, some time ago. He said, children don't hear what you meant to say. They hear what you say. Yes, he did. Let me just give it to you one more time, because that's the educator in me. My background is education. And so as a former classroom teacher, as a former school administrator, and now educational consultant and communication catalyst, I understand, and I've understood it for quite some time, because I was once that child who, if I felt as though that individual were someone, if I felt as though you were saying something offensive, whether you were using a high-pitched tone, or you were saying it in a different tone of voice, anything that I felt was offensive or trying to sort of cut me down in some sense. In other words, I would just get quiet. I literally would zone out and I would zone out to where I didn't really pay any attention to anything else that was said, because I just knew in my headspace that they couldn't have been talking to me. At no point could they have been talking and speaking to me in that tone of voice or using those type of words towards me. So I would literally mentally zone out, and I would not even respond. Because as I said to you, children, Gregory Hines said this, children, they hear what we say and not what we intended to say. So the same goes for those that you're serving in any capacity. No matter what you say to people, that's what they hear. It's not what your intentions were. We always have great intentions. However, what you say out of your mouth, what comes up and comes out, is really what people hear. And it's as though the first impression is their last, so they're not really concerned about everything else. I need you to get this part. It's really important to understand that communication to any relationship is like oxygen in a body. It's like oxygen in our lives. It literally, without it, it dies. Without it, it dies. Tony Gaskin says that. Communication to a relationship is like life and oxygen. You need oxygen to survive. So if you don't have communication in your relationship, it will not live. It will not exist. And so it's important, it's really vital that we grab hold to this, because everything that we say out of this mouthpiece is going to impact someone or something in some way. Let me give you that again. Anything that we say, any and everything that we say out of our mouthpiece will impact, it determines how we impact someone, something in any way, at any time. Please grab hold of that, because it's really necessary. I want to give you a few things to help you to understand and embrace the fact that your mouthpiece is truly your masterpiece. I want to give you 6 keys. And this is where I'm going to just go in really quick and really fast. I mean, really hard. I want you to just grab your ink pen, take your notes, and just visualize what that masterpiece was like for you. I gave you that story early on, thinking about something that you held dear to you as your masterpiece. Now that we're adults and we're in this space, you got to really value and embrace and remind yourself that your mouthpiece is precious. It's very precious. And in order to really master your mouthpiece and understand that your mouthpiece is your masterpiece, rather, you've got to master your mouthpiece. So in order to embrace the fact that your mouthpiece is your masterpiece, you've got to master your mouthpiece. Well, doctor, what are you referring to? What does that look like? Mastering your mouthpiece is simply watching your words. Ma'am, excuse me, ma'am or sir, standing in your brilliance, in your space, wherever you are in the world, on this morning, afternoon, or night, it's really important that you master your words. Think things through. Don't allow it to just come and flow right on out of your mouth, not caring about who it's going to affect and how it's going to affect them. Because it's going to impact someone and it's going to affect them. And the goal is to make sure that you're impacting someone or something in a very positive light. So first you got to master your mouthpiece. Then the second key is this: you want to avoid making any assumptions. Avoid making any assumptions about anything. So you don't really have to try to, prejudge and criticize others. Avoid making any type of assumptions. Simply ask. We make assumptions all the time, and you know what they say about making assumptions, right? You already know what they say about making assumptions. It's really critical that you've got to grab hold to each one of these keys. Avoid making any assumptions, ladies and gentlemen. As leaders, you've got to do that. Even when no one is around and no one is looking, avoid making those assumptions. Let me give you the third step, the third key. You've literally got to stop judging others. Stop judging others. Stop judging others and speak the greatness over them. So not only are you avoiding making assumptions, you got to stop judging other people based upon what you think you know and your perceptions, because our perceptions, they may appear to be our reality, but that may not necessarily be what someone else feels or thinks. So your perception could very well be your reality, but that may not work for someone else. So stop judging other people and begin to speak greatness over their lives. Use your mouthpiece to speak greatness over their lives. Then I want to give you this. You've got to really think before you speak. That's the next key. Think about whatever it is that you're desiring to say. Think about that thing. Think about those words. Think about who it is you plan to talk to. Think about why. What's your ultimate reason as to why you want to say whatever it is? Is it really that important? Or you just want to get it off of your chest? Oh, I'm just going to read them today. I'm going to give them a piece of my mind. Oh, really? Ladies and gentlemen, you got to think about those words before you allow them to flow out of your mouth. Before you convey whatever it is, whatever your message is, think about it before you just speak those words. Okay? The next thing I want you to understand is you got to empower and encourage those you serve. Empower and encourage those that you serve. It's really critical. We always, each of us as human beings, we desire to be empowered and encouraged, whether you acknowledge it or not. It's really, I'm sure in your space, in your world, sometimes you just want to be encouraged or empowered. And guess what? You got to empower yourself at the same time. Well, doctor, how do I empower myself? Well, you affirm who you are. Quote affirmations on a daily basis. From the moment you get up every morning, affirm who you are. Affirm where you desire to be over your own life. Affirm where you're going and what journey you're on. No matter what the situation looks like, affirm who you are and exactly where you're going on your journey. So that's how you empower yourself while you're also trying to empower others. And then you want to remember your why. Last but not least, remember your why. Remember your why. That why is the ultimate reason why you're communicating whatever it is that you're saying. What's the reason? That ultimate goal or reason as to why you feel eager to say whatever it is that you desire to say. Because this is the thing, right? Great leaders don't blame others for the tools that they're given. They simply work to sharpen those tools. And Simon Sinek says that. Great leaders, they don't blame others for the tools that they're given. They simply work to sharpen those tools. They simply work to sharpen those tools. So in this case, your tool is your mouthpiece. You gotta be ready to literally sharpen this thing. Sharpen it. How do I sharpen it? Let me go through that again. You're gonna master your mouthpiece. You're gonna master your words. Think about your words. Master those words, making sure they're polished and that they're not offensive and that they're not, to tear someone down. That's how you master your mouthpiece. In order to sharpen that tongue, that tool, that mouthpiece as a whole, you got to avoid making assumptions. Avoid assuming anything that you feel like you know. No, you're not the other person or the other people that you're serving. Everyone has their own opinion and their thought about something. So avoid making those assumptions. Then you want to stop judging others, but simply speak greatness over their lives. So stop the judging, but in turn, speak greatness over that person, over those people that you serve in your organization, in your homes, over your children, over your spouses, over your neighbors, over those in the community that you serve. Speak greatness over that, over those individuals. Then you got to think before you speak, ladies and gentlemen. One of my favorite phrases that I love in the book one of my favorite books says to be quick to listen, but slow to speak. Be quick to listen and slow to speak. Think before you speak. If you think about it, we were given 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. Quick to listen, but slow to speak. So think about whatever it is you want to say first, rather than just being so quick to come out of the gate and allow whatever to come up to be released and come out. It's not always the best thing to do. It's not always healthy. So think about it first. And then you want to empower and encourage others that you serve. Empower and encourage those that you serve. Please empower and encourage those that you serve. And then you want to remember your why. Remember why is it that you're saying what you're trying to say in the first place? Ultimately, what is it? Why is that so important for you to really express? Can I share something with you? We listen to people at a rate of 125 to 250 words per minute, but we think at a rate of 1,000 to 3,000 words per minute. Did you catch that? Let me give it to you again. I said we literally listen to people at a rate of 125 to 250 words per minute. But then we think at a rate of 1,000 to 3,000 words per minute. It'll come to you in the very end. It will come to you when this particular presentation is all over. We listen to people at that rate. So this is the thing, right? We're thinking and speaking faster than we're actually listening to people. That's exactly what that meant. We're thinking and speaking faster than we're even willing to listen to others around us. And that is so critical that we change that. We change that. We got to be quick to listen and slow to speak. So again, I just want to really invite you to understand that your mouthpiece is your masterpiece. So how well will you master that? It's been a pleasure serving you. I challenge you I have a free gift for those that have joined in and have been listening, taking great notes. I want to offer you a free gift just for your time. And you're welcome to just receive your free gift by texting the word impact. The word impact to the number 904-474-3088. Again, that's 904-474-3088. And you're going to text the word impact. So that word is IMPACT to the number 904-474-3088. It has been a great pleasure being with you during this evening, this morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you are in the world. And listen, I challenge you to master your mouthpiece because it's all yours. And the way that you use your masterpiece determines the results, the impact that you make on others. I am Dr. Nikisha Doctor, your communication catalyst, willing and ready to serve you. Have a wonderful and blessed afternoon or morning or evening.
Good morning, ladies. My name is Anna Williams, and I am a woman with a vision. I'd like to share just a few words with you this morning, and then I'll share my poem with you. It's called Sister, Can You Spare a Dime? But right now, I just want to share a word in love and wisdom with you ladies, because I love you. And if we don't share and share knowledge with one another, who else is going to do that? As you know, ladies, God made us all on purpose, with a purpose to give us purpose. Now, ladies, I want to share this because we women need to love on each other just a little bit more than what we're doing. We really need to stop throwing so much shade to one another. All of you ladies are beautiful, awesome ladies, and we all have a purpose and we all have room for shining. But a lot of ladies, I don't know what it is that envy or jealousy, whatever it is, but that stuff needs to stop, and we need to start working and loving on one another just a little bit more. I am a woman with a vision on purpose. Remember, your effectiveness, your treatment of others determine how much they love you. So be kind to one another. It's easier to be kind than to be ugly and start up some mess. Now, I don't want to sound like anybody's mother, but we do have to share knowledge with one another and keep uplifting each other all the time. Sisters, I just want to share a few lines of truth and wisdom because I love you. First of all, I'd like to thank you, sisters, for listening to me and listening with a loving ear and digesting it with a positive spirit. I appreciate that because I'm saying it in a positive manner. But sometimes truth does hurt. And I'm not going to hurt anyone. I'm just sharing. Thank you. And with a positive spirit, it's important to take knowledge and information and criticism with a positive spirit. I'm not criticizing anyone because I'm sharing and learning too. Sisters, we can work together and stop throwing so much shade with one another. It's very easily done. Respecting one another, respecting each other's uniqueness, respecting yourself. Treating other people right is respecting yourself. We all grew up with parents that taught us right from wrong, and we already know when we are right about something or wrong about something. If we're wrong, let's apologize, ladies. Let's smash that little evil green-eyed bug in the head right away before it gets out of hand. Sometimes we lose very dear people in our lives because our pride and that green-eyed bug. No one wants to say I'm sorry. I'm going to be the first to say, if I offend you, please forgive me. I am sorry. Particularly, we as women, as sisters, can be very hard on one another. We as ladies, can be very hard on one another, and we need to stop that and watch ourselves on that. God has placed millions and millions of stars up in the sky, and there is a star for each and every one of us with our names on it. So there is no need for anyone to have that green-eyed bug floating around in their head and cause havoc on each other's lives because of anything with that green-eyed bug or jealousy. Or just mess. Okay. Each one of you are brilliant. You're awesome, beautiful, intelligent, beautiful, pretty, unique, exciting, amazing, and phenomenal women of God. And our Father doesn't like ugliness. So we all know how to treat one another. Let's try it and live and treat one another with this love that is in each of us. We all are sisters and daughter of the King. We are significant to someone, profound to others, and someone on this earth loves us and do not want to be on this earth without us. So let's appreciate one another. I love you all, my sisters, and you are my friend. You are beautiful flowers planted here on earth by God. So sisters, stop throwing the shades to one another. Start loving one another. Be respectful, positive, carry a positive attitude, and be the first to say, I'm sorry. Now, sisters, it does not matter what race, creed, color any one of these women are, because we all are sisters. And we do all bleed red. It does not matter of a person's religion, socioeconomic status, the size and demographic of their home. We all are sisters, and we all bleed red. It does not matter about their education. how many degrees they possess, their position in life, or their job. We all are sisters, women, and we all bleed red. The color of the complexion of a sister, the length of her hair, be it natural or weave, it doesn't matter. Let's love on one another because we all are sisters and we all bleed red. It does not matter how much we weigh. It does not matter of our family name, our income. We are sisters and we need to love on one another. None of this matters. None of this matters because we all are sisters. We all are daughters of the King. And I would like for us to live with the love and kindness that we have and He has put in us because we all have God in us. Let's love one another. I have one more gift I want to give you, which is a poem I wrote called Sisters. And I wrote this poem for you. This poem is written by Anna Williams, dedicated to all women with love. It goes like this. Sister, can you spare a dime? Sister, oh sister, can you spare a dime? Or have you got so successful you forgot to be kind? Sister, oh sister, are you looking for love? Sister, oh sister, have you tried the men above? Sister, oh sister, for you look good, now must I look bad? Now think about it, sister. Isn't this kind of sad? Sister, look at yourself. What is this all about? Stoop this low to take this selfish route. Sister, what are you lacking that you must do me like this? With two backs to walk on, girl, you should be flying in bliss. Sister, love, not evil. What's wrong with good and kind? These precious kind of words roll around in my mind. Sister, when we talk, let's communicate with clarity. Both you and I know this is the only way to prosperity. When life is smooth sailing and you taking your ride, don't walk on my back to get this kind of pride. Do you ever feel rich? Rich as a queen? Sister, so do I. So let me do my thing. Sister, so you're different. And yes, I'm different too. The only thing is proved we're from two different schools. Sister, oh sister, why must we play these games? We supposed to be women. Now ain't this a shame? Understanding and respect? Is that asking too much? For a homegirl like me, you don't believe in such. Sister, oh sister, why can't we just be friends? You claim the Lord as your Savior, or is it Satan within? Sister, oh sister, teach me some of what you know. Will bring up our people as I learn and I grow. As you smile in my face and continue to stab in my back, them same sisters helping you, oh yeah, they're right on your track. So listen, dear ladies, this is something to hear. If your friend is your friend, you have nothing to fear. Sister, dear sister, why must you play me so mean? Just to make you look good so you can have a good week? Educate, appreciate, says others like you. And if you see a sister down, you go snickety fool. I guess it's all right sometimes to play in your games, as long as it don't leave another sister in shame. You judge other sisters who don't conform to your ways. And even if she do, you still got something to say. Dignity, pride, respect, I have it too. But when I expose it, you want to treat me so crude. It's respect based on family name, education, or what? Then reach backwards, sister, and help another in a rut. Sister, oh sister, these last words I truly must say. We can win this battle of hatred if we kneel down and pray. I want to thank you. You are loved, you're honored, you're unique, you're different, and by the grace of God, I love you. We are all, again, daughters of the King, and we need to fight back the attack that is going on with us as women. we're coming to an end and closing of my time, and I just hope that you all enjoyed it, and I hope I'll get an opportunity to see you again. I'm going to say each of you are loved and irreplaceable to someone, somewhere, and it would be very painful to not have you and to lose you. So you are loved, and I love you, and I know others do too. I want to thank you all for coming out. I hope this was beneficial to you, enlightening to you, and open up your eyes and your spirit on what's going on with the women. God bless. Thank you.
Greetings, my name is Nancy Smith-Maddox, and I'm so happy to be with you today. An old proverb says, experience is the best teacher. I'm going to teach you today that your experiences are invaluable, makes you worthy, and that there is life after the 9 to 5. I'm a retired credit union CEO who grew a credit union in Jacksonville, Florida to over 25,000 members and $150 million in assets, all helping the members realize their financial dreams. The quote by my mentor and coach, Dr. Ruben West, "Big dreams equal big faith," was the catalyst of my success as a credit union CEO, as well as my continued success as a business owner, motivational speaker, and published author. After 25 years of working and creating a very successful financial institution and credit union, I retired. My question was, what now? Little did I understand and realize that my experiences and my skills that I used to grow the credit union were so valuable, thereby making me more valuable. I want to share with you today that there is life after 9 to 5 by utilizing your lifetime and career experiences to help people realize their worth and help you realize your worth. Voltaire says, "Is there anyone so wise as to learn from the experiences of others?" This quote is so appropriate for today because what I want to do is let you know that your experiences are very, very important to your future, whether you leave your 9 to 5 at retirement age or whether you leave before to go into business and become an entrepreneur, which is what I hope you will do. I've published a book called The Art of Marketing, in which I outline my 25 years of growing the credit union to 150 million and 25,000 members. I outline in there the marketing skills and the marketing tactics that we used to grow the credit union. I always kept my heart in the game. My passion never waned. Cindy Valentine says, "It's about heart and passion. It's about who wants it more." I definitely wanted it more. I was in a competitive world, a woman in a competitive world. And I meant to take it all to be the very best I could be and to make our credit union the very best it could be for our members or our customers. It all began in the heart of America, God's country, the Appalachian Mountains in Elizabethton, Tennessee, where I was born on April the 30th, 1953. As I grew up, my grandparents always talked to me about the golden rule. I always wanted to do unto others as they would do unto me, as I wanted them to do unto me. I just grew up that way. It taught me that I love people and that people love me if I keep my heart in the game. My father moved to Jacksonville, Florida, where he and my mother went to work at the cigar factory called John H. Swisher and Son. I have a lot of funny stories about my growing up with my father and my mother working at the cigar factory. I even had my first job at the cigar factory. Very interesting stories, but the one that stuck with me the most was that the company credit union helped its employees to live their life and to realize their financial dreams. At a very young and very mature 5-year-old, I always went with my parents to the credit union. Well, that's what started me on my love affair with credit unions. People helping people. Therefore, I was able to learn more and use my people skills, which was a lot of people skills, to continue to help people. My life's mission and commitment was to help people. I did that by the credit union. I did that by working for the credit union, creating the credit union, and being the face of the credit union as the CEO. Now I want to stretch back a little bit and share some things about the credit union and what the things that we did that you can use to propel your business. This is where the experiences come in. This is where you take my experiences of growing the credit union to use in your small businesses, your journey, your mission, what you want to do. In the 80s, we had annual meetings. They were annual shareholder meetings for the members. We always had 5 annual meetings in the month of January and February, and went to 5 different cities where we had a predominance of members in those cities. As the face of the credit union, as the CEO of the credit union, of course I had to organize all those meetings and lead all of those meetings. And one thing I can tell you from my experiences, and when you can get 500 or 600 people in a room and you're the face of your business, you want to talk to each one of them. I've heard all along that in order to talk to a crowd, you need to talk to the crowd before the meeting. You need to get to know who you're talking to. You need to use this experience to know that you need to associate with who's in the crowd. I did that every year at meetings, 5 different meetings that had over 500 or 600 people at each meeting. I actually spoke to each person that was at those meetings. Did it take a long time? Yes. Did it serve me well? Yes. Did it serve the credit union well? Yes. So please use that experience of when you have meetings or any type of meeting, be sure that you do what's called work the crowd. Go around and speak to them. Be bright and shiny and shake their hands and be the wonderful person that you are, and use those experiences and those people skills. Also at the credit union, we used what was called guerrilla marketing. And this was in the 80s and the 90s when guerrilla marketing was just becoming known. Guerrilla marketing is kind of in-your-face marketing. It's where you go to the people and you are obnoxiously happy and ready to sell your products and services to them. You go to them wherever they meet. We actually, in credit unions, we actually were responsible for going out to the companies and trying to get them to allow their employees to make our credit union their financial of choice. And with that, there were a lot of perks like payroll deduction. So when I would do that, when I was in guerrilla marketing mode, I would actually cold call company CEOs and tell them who I was and set up a meeting. One of my first meetings that I had was with the CSX, which is a railroad, the Chessie and the Seaboard combined in the South and the North. The CSX Corporation, I made an appointment with the president of the railroad. And as usual, God made it happen. God allowed me to get the appointment, and I had an appointment with the president. So I was very, very nervous, as you might expect, to go in and present my credit union to the CSX Railroad and try to be the credit union of choice of the railroad. So I went into my meeting, and usually very, very confident, usually overconfident. But this time I was a little nervous, but I was praying that he wouldn't be able to see that. So what we did, we sat down, and of course his administrative assistant came in and offered us coffee, and I'm like, he got coffee, so I got coffee. We were sitting at the desk. He was behind the desk. I was in front of the desk, typical. And I spilt my coffee all over his desk, all over his papers. It was all I could do to stop from crying. I was so upset, so embarrassed. But what I found is he was a human being too, as most CEOs are. They are human beings. When they allow you an appointment, you know that they want to hear what you have to say. He got up from his desk and came around and sat in front of the desk in a side chair beside me, and he said, "Please, Miss Nancy, don't worry about spilling the coffee. There's nothing on my desk that can't be republished or reconstructed, so don't worry about that. And let me tell you a story. Let me tell you a story about what I did in my job interview for the president of this company. I spilled my coffee on the interviewer's desk. I was given the most confidence I had ever been given, meeting with such an important person. And all of that is to say, is if you use guerrilla marketing and you have the courage to make your appointments, if you ask for the appointments, they will give them to you. They prefer face-to-face, but with technology like it is today, you can do all kinds of Skype and things like that to get your point across. But always remember that who you're meeting with is a person. He's a God-made human person, and he or she may have the same apprehension and the same fear that you do. After all, they've got major decisions to make too. But that man really jump-started my career at the credit union, and jump-started, and what it did was it fed me to know that I can go anywhere and meet with anyone, and that's exactly what I did. That's how I grew the credit union, by getting in people's faces and letting them know that we were the best. We were the ones that their employees needed to do business with. We also had lots of promotions at the credit union while I was there. We had one promotion one time in 1988 that was called Old Fashioned Days. This was in Florida in the heat of the summer in July, probably 110 degrees, and we decided to have it on the asphalt parking lot of the railroad. Now, it was awesome. We rented big fans and put the fans out there, but it just wasn't enough. We cooked over 3,000 hot dogs and served over 3,000 sodas to the group and the community that was there in that area. We actually cooked those hot dogs and served them. It was not catered. The credit union staff did that. But if you can know how much publicity, how much good that brought to our credit union, word spread like wildfire. Those 3,000 people that attended that told 3,000 more people. And all of a sudden, our credit union started taking off. It was the late 80s, and it really started to grow and double in size and everything else. So what's important to that is to know that you do need to have promotions. You need to promote your business. Your business is either you or the business entity or the products and services that you're offering. But always, always promote your business. Also at the credit union, we had a mantra that we use called high touch and high tech. As we continue to grow, we had to put in high tech. We couldn't handle the volume of the work without technology. Therefore, we bought the most sophisticated data processing system that there was in those days to process this work. We always kept it high touch, and I'll give you a good example of that. Old-fashioned, as corny as it may sound, we actually answered our phones up until year 2000. Now, we had thousands of calls coming in. We had 3 receptionists that answered the phones. But we always wanted to greet our customers and our clients and our members with a high touch. In order to do that, we had to answer our phones. Now, after we answered the phones and found out where they wanted to go, then we put them in high tech and put them in call queues and using an automated attendant, and they had to wait whether they wanted to go to the call center or go to a lending office or whatever it was. But we always tried to keep the high touch and the high tech, because that's one thing that made us so successful and made our members love us. We also had planning sessions. The board of directors had annual planning sessions where they planned. I always thought that if we were failing to plan is planning to fail. That really is something that really is true. If you have any type of business, you want to plan, you want to create your goals. You want to create your marketing plan of how you're going to obtain those goals. You want to always do that. Failing to plan is planning to fail. Now, Napoleon Hill said, plan your work and work your plan. And that's what this does for you. What gets measured gets done. So please take this vital experience of the planning sessions that we had, and trust me, they don't always have to be stuffy planning sessions. We planned wacky planning sessions, okay? We would have cookouts at our planning sessions. All the board of directors were there. All the staff was there. We would play games at our planning sessions. One year on Easter, we had planning sessions the week before Easter. We actually planned a big Easter egg hunt at our planning session. What that did was build the teamwork and let the board of directors know that our staff was ready to go. They were fired up. They were ready to go. Whatever plans that the board of directors put in place was what we always followed. It was our game plan. It was what we did, and we meant to make it happen at all costs. In 1991, we actually, our main branch was in Jacksonville, Florida, which is where the railroad was. We actually branched out to Baltimore, Maryland. Built a huge branch in Baltimore, Maryland, because the railroad was in the time in the 90s of paring down, trying to become more efficient, and they had the idea that they would move their home office to Baltimore, Maryland. Well, when they decided to do that, that went thousands of our members to Baltimore, Maryland. So we had the game plan and the plan to open a branch in Baltimore, Maryland, and we did that. For such a small credit union, which was not small in credit union world, that was unheard of for credit unions to go across state lines and open branches. But we were one of the first credit unions in the state of Florida to do that. Was it a challenge? Yes. But you know me, as listening to me, nothing is a challenge to me if it's going to lead me to help my members and my customers. That's what I'm trying to let you know today. Use what you've learned and your experiences to continue to grow your own self, to grow your own business. We also, in 1997, built a signature branch in Jacksonville, Florida, a $3 million project. That was just about enough to make me tear my hair out, but we did get it done. It's a beautiful signature branch, 34,000 square feet, $3 million project. And all that did was bolster our credit union to put us getting ready for the 21st century in order to grow the credit union and to make our members proud. When we built that building, that signature branch, we actually doubled in size in 4 years. Thereby, that's when things started taking off our credit union. We were a presence. We were there. Our members were proud of us. We were everywhere. We were all up and down the Eastern Seaboard doing our guerrilla marketing. But the signature branch was the icing on the cake for us. And all of that is to say is that even with your humble beginnings, as you start your career and as you go through your career, your 9 to 5, always think big, dream big, and have the faith, have a big faith. And dream big, because it can happen if you work for it and if you continue to keep your heart right and your passion right. There's a few points that I want to make today that will help all of you all. I'm so excited to let you know this, and this all comes from my experience of growing the credit union. We will change the lives of our customers by offering stellar products and services. Relationships are so important, especially in this day and time. With financial institutions being on every corner, it was very important to us in our time too. We always had to have the best products and the best services and have the best people promoting those services in order to get our customers to want to do business with us. If you continue to treat people as you want to be treated, if you continue to have a heart and a passion for helping people, you will be surprised. A scratch golfer in high school got a golf scholarship to a university in Arkansas. We lived in Florida. And one thing that we always taught our son was PMA, a positive mental attitude. We never wanted him to linger on the last shot. We wanted him to think about the next shot. This helped him through everything that he ever did in his life, including his golf, which is what he got a scholarship to school for. He always put PMA on his golf balls. He always put PMA on his hat. He put it visibly on his golf bag where he could see it in order to always have a positive mental attitude and have it in his face. In closing, I'd just like to let you know that I'm so excited. I hope I've shared enough with you for you to start growing your business, start learning the art of marketing to promote yourself, your business, your mission, whatever it is you're trying to promote. And I'm so excited that I've been able to share this with you. I have one more thing to say to you. When people ask me what I do, I say whatever it takes. And I mean that literally. Whatever it takes to succeed is what you have to do. So thank you so much again. I've so enjoyed being with you.
Looks like we are live. Checking my sound. Looks like you can hear me pretty good. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, whatever time it is where you are. I just want to say thank you for choosing to be right here where you are. This is for the dreamers out there that you want your dreams to become real. So I am here to help you with that. And give me just a moment. Started here. Let me share my screen with you guys. All right, from beginning. Hide that and get that out of the way. All right, guys. Well, you are here because you are a dreamer and you want your dream to become real. My name is Brandon Kendrick. I will be presenting on this subject today for you. I don't know where everybody is, but I want to say welcome to everybody that's taking the time out to be here with me. Do a quick roll call. I don't know where everybody is, but if you're from the United States, give me a shout. If you're from Africa, give me a shout. If you're from a different continent, give me a shout. I don't know. This is my first time doing a digital conference, so people literally can tune in from all over the world. So wherever you are in the world, like I said, I don't know if it's morning, noon, night, evening, whatever time it is where you are. I just want to say thank you so much for taking the time out to hang out with me. And my promise to you is to make this time valuable. I want to fill this with value for you because you are sacrificing some of your time, which is one of your assets. So I definitely appreciate you being here, and we're going to jump right in. So my mentor, Les Brown, told me anytime I'm speaking to an audience, they want to know three things about me when I speak. So those things are, who am I? What do I have that is of value to them? What is my area of expertise? And why should my audience care? What's in it for them? So three things. To really quick as we jump in here. So that's a picture of me and my cousins. My name is Brandon Kendrick. As I said, I was born and raised in Gainesville, Florida. So I am a Florida boy, born and raised. I'm the oldest of 4 sons, and I'm the oldest of 9 grandsons, which you can see pictured on the right. We almost had a football team, but there was no girls allowed. So I have no immediate female cousins on my mom's side. That, as you can see, is all of my male cousins. I was selected as your speaker because I've been able to achieve some of my biggest dreams since childhood. So that is why I am sharing tonight what I've done and what do I have that would be of value to you for sharing. I'm the 7th member of my family to attend the University of Florida as a student. I'm the 4th member of my family to play a sport for University of Florida. I was the first athlete in my family to be a member of a national championship team for the University of Florida as a student athlete. National championship football player for UF to learn how to fly. So I'm also studying mechanical engineering, and I plan on graduating very soon and jumping into making me some Iron Man suits or flying vehicles, or there's a lot of cool stuff going on. So jumping into what have I done is pretty much just some pictures going over what I just shared with you that I've done. These are my uncles that played football for the University of Florida back in the 70s. Actually, were some of the first African-American athletes allowed to participate in sports at the University of Florida. So I was super honored to be able to follow in their footsteps. And, that was one of my dreams since childhood, was to be a Gator. So as you can see on the right, that dream came true for me. So like I said, this is the 2006 championship team. We just were in Gainesville a few months back for the 10-year anniversary for the team. So it's good to see all my teammates again and be on the field again in the swamp. You can see me kind of over to the left here, taking some pictures, trying to capture the moment and the memories. And like I say, I do love engineering, so that is my game plan, is to hopefully build some stuff that flies. And on the right there, you can see I like flying inside the airplane and outside. So I'll share a little bit more about that story towards the end, but I like to go fast and I like to fly. All right, so why should you care about all the things that I just shared with you that I've been able to do? So the first reason is I believe success leaves clues. I believe that there are certain specific reasons why I've been able to make that I've shared with you So I want to share with you what I found was my reasons why I was able to do those. So like I said, I've pretty much taken the time to think about why I've been able to do this, and I've reverse engineered, and I've come up with pretty much a few reasons why I believe I've been able to do this. And to help you live out your dreams, I'm going to share my secrets that I found with you so that you can take that and apply it to become real. So a few housekeeping things before we begin. First thing, grab a pen and plenty of paper. I learned long ago that anytime somebody is sharing something with you that you want to learn how to do, or is something of value, anytime somebody's taking their time to share that with you, you don't want to risk losing that. So never trust your memory. Grab a pen and paper. Take excellent notes. I want you to turn off any electronics that are not going to help you to live your dream. So if you want to keep your smartphone on to record audio, that's something that I personally do, so that I can take whatever was said with me as I travel in my car. I can listen to, and the more times you listen to stuff, the more different things that you hear. So also, if there is replay of this conference offered, watch the replay multiple times. As I just said, you can hear and see stuff that you didn't see and hear the first time that you watched or listened to something. So you want to repeatedly listen to not only my section here, but you want to also listen to the other speakers that are taking their time to present in their area of expertise. As I said, eliminate all potential distractions. Turn off your automatic income reducer, aka your television, any other electronics that are not doing anything but providing distractions. Do not risk missing what you came here to hear from me. Will definitely do my best to fill this time with value, but I don't want you to miss, say, if it could lead you to leading the life of your dreams and making your dreams become real. So please do not risk missing what you came here to hear by a stray text message or a sound or a light on your phone. I want you to be zoned in and pay attention to what's being said. All right, so jumping right into it. Secret number one, remember how to dream. And we got a pop quiz right off the bat. You didn't know you were going to have to use that pen and paper, did you? So what I want you to do really quick is I want you to make a numbered list of as many things as you can that you would be, do, or have if you had the time, money, and resources to do so. So I'm going to give you about 2 minutes here. I'm actually setting my timer. And we're going to go for 120 seconds. So number your paper and let's write down as many things as you can in 2 minutes, that you would do if time was no, money was no issue, if you had all the resources in the world. Where would you go? Who would you spend your time with? How would you invest your time? What would you do for charities? What would you go to see? About 40 seconds in, so you're almost halfway. What's your dream vacation? Who would you retire? All right, we're at about 60 seconds here. You're almost home. Think about what you would do if, like I said, if you had all the time in the world, all the money in the world to do anything that you wanted. What would you do? All right, we're at 1:10. Clock is ticking. 2 minutes are quickly coming to a close. Couple more things. So what's your dream car? What's your dream house? How many houses would you have? What charities would you be able to just write a blank check for that they can cash and put to use or organization that you would be the benefactor for. All right, another 15 seconds or so and we'll be done. To the wire, what else can you squeeze out? 10 seconds. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Time's up. All right. Very good. So I have 2 questions for you. How many things did you get to write down? Why don't you have more things on your paper? If I was to give this same exercise to a child, children more times than not would have a full page of paper. If not a full page, they would probably have a lot more written down than we adults do. So why is that? The scene from the movie Hook, and one thing that Wendy said to him when he had to go to get his children back is, do you remember who you are? As kids, we had a lot of stuff that we wanted to be, and I know why you may have struggled to put down more than you put down on your paper. So something happens to all of us, and it's called growing up. What was your dreams and goals as a kid that you've forgotten about? You've been told as you've gotten older how things work in the real world. And you've become, more and more afraid of failure, possibly rejection, people telling you no. And most people, the reason that they have trouble with that type of exercise is their ability to dream their childhood. So with that picture on the bottom there, this entire movie was based off of the fact that he had lost his ability to use his imagination, and he forgot everything about being the young Peter Pan. So this scene is when he is first starting to get back into his memory. So that's part of my goal, is to help you remember, the dreams and goals that you had as a kid that life has made hard for you to remember. So did you grow up to be an optimist, or did you grow into a realist? Which do you identify as? So I looked up the definition of both online, and an optimist is a person who tends to be hopeful and confident about the future of something. A realist, on the other hand, is a person that accepts the situation as it is and is prepared to deal with it accordingly. So if you're an optimist, well, I have a message for both of you. So optimists, keep doing what you're doing. I'm an optimist, obviously. I want you to always work to increase your optimism. Look for believe. Look for examples of things being possible to help reinforce your own belief in yourself. For the realist, please give me permission to help you change your paradigm just a little bit. So the only problem keeping it real, as realists like to do, is what is real? How do you define real? If you're talking about what you can feel, smell, taste, and touch and see, then real is simply electrical signals interpreted by your brain. At least that's Morpheus's theory on what is real. And there's actually some truth to that. So for realists, look around. Everything that you see, that you use in your daily life was designed by a human, from the computer that you're looking on right now to tune into this presentation, your cell phone, your car, the building that you live in, the design of the architecture for the house or the apartment or the living structure that you're in. Literally everything around you, with the exception of nature, was designed by a human, somebody's mind. Every day we witness the physical manifestation of someone else's dream. In my phone, I have an iPhone. And at one point in time, this was Steve Jobs' dream. It didn't exist 20 years ago. So this is something that literally started in somebody's mind. And now millions, if not billions, of people around the world use iPhones every day. For a realist, if you can't see beyond what is to what could be, you're really going to have a lot of trouble with developing your dreams and achieving them, because you have to, everything starts in your mind. So if you can't see a situation for more than what it is, you're probably going to have a hard time. So forget about the odds. Never set goals or dreams based off of what you think you can get. Everybody write that down. I doing a seminar once, and the speaker said that, and it stopped me in my tracks, because I know part of the reason why you guys probably had trouble with that exercise we just did is because you were thinking, oh, well, you know, if I did this, I would have to do that, or I'd have to have this skill set, or, you know, the odds would be kind of slim that I could do that. Never set goals based off of what you think you can get, because I promise you, you will be shortchanging yourself. Real is all in your head, as I said. This is Dubai, and literally, if you look at this picture, from the waterfalls on the bottom to the design of the buildings, to the height of the buildings, to the color scheme of the lights, the buildings on the road, all of this is man-made. It's all started from somebody's head. So real is always all in your head, or at least that's where it starts. Learn to experience your dream before you've lived it. I want to ask you something. What would it be like to live the dream that you have in your mind? How hard have you thought about it? How hard have you imagined in your mind that the dream was real? How many times a day do you think about your dream? To the point where you're obsessed with your dream, and that's literally all that you think about. What would having your dream come true do for you emotionally, financially, spiritually, and mentally? How many times have you woken up in your dream home in your mind? How defined is the dream in your head? Is it 4K? Is it 1080p? Is it 720? How crisp and clear is the vision in your mind? And are you using a dream board? Can you see your dreams on a regular basis of achieving your dreams? So I'm going to jump into the power of your mind really quickly. So when you're dreaming, how come it feels so real when you're really sleeping and you're having a dream? It literally feels like you're walking around and having normal life. So why is that? So there's a quote that I read from Robert Collier, and it is, our subconscious minds have no sense of humor, play no jokes, and cannot tell the difference between reality or image. What we continually think about eventually will manifest in our lives. So what I get from that is, use your imagination well. This is to help your mind believe that your dream is real and that your dream is possible for you. If you can believe it in your mind, you have a chance of achieving it in real life. All right, so we are on to secret number 3. Associate with people that build your dreams up. So this lady is Deborah Kendrick, or Deborah Jean as we call her. And this is my biggest secret to my success of being able to repeatedly make my dreams become real. She graduated with a master's in mathematics from UF, and she was a math teacher by profession. And she was super, super smart. She did teach math, but her passion was all about the mind and how powerful your mind is. Matter of fact, my mom really messed my head up. because she convinced me, even though she passed away of cancer when I was 13, she encouraged me to dream, and she encouraged me that I could do anything that I put my mind to. Matter of fact, I want you to write down this song. It was one of her favorite songs. It's from the movie The Page Master for all of the old school people out there. It is Whatever You Imagine by Wendy Martin. And I challenge you for the next 30 days, listen to that song at least once daily. And I promise you it will stretch you and help you to expand the dreams that you have if you listen to the words and the lyrics of that song. Like I say, she taught math, but her passion was the mind. She cared that her students not only got what she was teaching from mathematics, but she also wanted them to understand how to solve problems, how to use your mind to develop and just be a person that just you can overcome any challenge that you're faced with, and how to live the life of your dreams after being properly educated and having the right mindset, the right work ethic, and the right drive. You can live whatever life you want to. So that was really her biggest message to her children and her students, was it's all in your mind. She was a visionary, and she spoke with enthusiasm about the possibility of the future, which is where I got my, I guess, dreaming from, because she just always spoke in the present. She was always talking about this invention that was going to come out and be revolutionary, and so she always thought ahead. So if we're talking about how deep my mom is, she was deeper than the Pacific Ocean. She was out of the box, let me tell you. So you need some dream boosters too. I was blessed to have my mom in my ear as a kid, and like I said, she passed when I was very young, but the information that she crammed in those 13 years that we had together is amazing when I think about it. Being 30 years old, the things that I remember and the things that she had me doing, books that she had me reading when I was a teenager. My mom is responsible for the dreams that I've been able to accomplish, definitely. So in most cases, the reason I say I was blessed to have my mom in my ear, your loved ones, your friends, your family, your teachers, your influencers in your life, a lot of times will be the biggest cripplers of your dream because they love you. Write that down. You're going to have people that is going to really disappoint you. It's going to, hurt you when they don't see the dream that you may have. But you have to remember that that person, even though they aren't doing it out of malice, they're doing it because they don't want to see you hurt. They want to protect you from the risk. They don't want you to fail. But be someone who your dreams become real, and that happens over and over and over and over again. You have to learn to associate with people that encourage you to fail faster and dream bigger. So that's what my mom did for me. All right, on to secret number 4. Learn to believe in a higher power than yourself. So I won't spend a whole lot of time on this one, but I will say this entire presentation is about you building belief. So I'm a strong believer that, if you have a strong mind to do something, whether you feel like that was divinely given to you, or, if you just, based off of what you believe. Matter of fact, there's a quote that says that the life we live is a reflection of the beliefs that we have about ourselves. So there's only so much that you can do by yourself. So it kind of gives you an unfair advantage. If you believe that you're blessed and highly favored, and that you have help that's stronger than you as an individual are, that's only going to give you, a higher chance of hitting your goal. So I think the late, great Jim Rohn said it best: we all have our parts to play in the miracle process, but ask for God's help. All right, moving on to the next thing here. Like I say, it usually plays out. That's you in the middle. And as you're reaching for your dreams and goals, you have relatives, you have friends, you have the pessimists, you have society, you have your own fears, your own doubts about your abilities to hit your goals. So again, this is why I'm so thankful that my mom was such a influencer to me in terms of pushing me in the direction that I want to go in terms of building my dreams up. So secret number 5, appreciate. Kind of an old school saying, but I have a couple stories about ghosts and yachts. So I just moved to Boca Raton, Florida from Gainesville. I've been in Gainesville all my life, and I've been here about 12 months, and I have to be truthful and say I'm very glad I came here. I jokingly kind of refer to it as Big Money Boca. There's a lot of retirees and just successful business owners, and just, you know, there's a lot of money in Boca Raton. And I have a mall ghost story. So I saw a ghost in the Boca Town Center Mall, and I learned something from it that I'd like to share with you. So I want to ask a question first, though. The attitude, or do you show gratitude? So the ghost wasn't Casper. It was a car. It was a Rolls Royce ghost. And one thing that I wanted to take a picture of was I wanted to, number one, take a picture of the price tag. So I don't know if you can see that, but that car is about $337,200. So basically $340,000 by the time you pay tax and everything. It's actually probably more than that. So one thing I learned about this is that is a house on wheels, number one. Number two is if you were to pull up next to a traffic light, like I say, that is a house on wheels. So congratulations, you've seen a house on wheels. But you know, what emotion do you get when that happens? Are you feeling jealous? Are you kind of, sipping on haterade? What is your knee-jerk reaction to that? So the craziest thing that I learned I didn't know about this car before I took this picture is the gas efficiency is 15 miles a gallon, number one. It's premium gas only, number two. And like I said, it's a $300,000 plus car. So, I know in my family, we talk about gas, or they talk about gas prices, and oh, the gas price that went up and I got to go across town and, get the cheaper gas. While the guy that's driving the Rolls Royce Ghost, he's happy when prices go up on gas because there's less drivers on the road. So it's all about your perspective. Mentally, learn to say thank you. Be happy that somebody is showing you that it's possible, that your dreams are possible. You'll never have the Rolls Royce if you're concerned about the gas prices. So just kind of keep that in mind. I believe that I could be a Gator athlete because I had seen it done by, 3 or 4 of my relatives. I've seen, 4 of them play sports, and I've become the 7th to attend as a student. So because they went before me and they did it before I did it, that gave me confidence that it was possible for me. So I thank them for leading that example because that made it easier for me to follow in those footsteps. So, another thing you want to do is put yourself in a position, as I'm talking about, to see people that have or are doing what you dream about, because that will help reinforce in your mind that it's possible. Like I said, seeing is believing, but believing is also seeing. So I went fishing the other day, and this huge yacht was there, and it says imagine. So I would imagine that this person that owns this ship one day was, happy that they've taken what they imagined from their mind and materialized it into this beautiful yacht. And so that's probably why they named it Imagine, because it started in their imagination and now it's real. And now they own it. Secret number 6. Use your dream as your life's compass. What do you want most? Anybody remember this guy? Captain Jack Sparrow. So I'm a huge fan of these movies, and one thing that I realized is none of these movies would have gone anywhere if it wasn't for that compass in his hand. So, using the compass as a example to show you that your dreams will get challenged. Living your dream not only can be hard, but depending on the level of your dream, most likely it's going to be hard. Use your dream to guide you through tough times. Living your dream will be what ultimately makes you happy. So it is definitely worth you fighting through the tough times to get to your dream. I was looking at an interview that Luther Vandross did recently, and one thing that stuck out to me, he said, "I didn't want a plan B." This is when he decided to be to go after being a singer professionally. So he said, "I didn't want a plan B because I knew too much rejection or failure would push me in the direction of my backup plan. So I decided I was going to be a singer and fail as much as I had to along the way." And he's one of the best singers of all time now. So secret number 7, when opportunity knocks, open the door. So why do we miss our shots? So as I said, I'm from Gainesville, Florida. I'm kind of a country boy, if you can't tell by my southern drawl, as they say. And I was always taught by family members growing up that it's not polite to show up at somebody's house unannounced. So I was always told, call before you come. Why is that? I think for 2 reasons. One, family members usually wanted to clean up before a company came. And then I also said that my other theory is they probably didn't want to get caught. Opportunity does not call before it comes. It really just shows up. So if you are taking that approach towards your dreams, you're probably missing opportunities, because opportunity does not call when it's on its way. It comes when it comes. So if you miss it, you're risking not being able to live your dreams out. So take your chances, take them as they come. I got an opportunity to honor one of my uncles that passed away 2 years ago. And in the process, I got to live out one of the biggest dreams I've ever had in my life. So that dream has become real for me. And if we go to the next page here, I just want to remind you in closing, don't let anybody steal your dreams. As a kid, this is the movie Hook. Seen hundreds of times as a kid. This is still one of my favorite movies today. And this is right when who he is, and he gets to fly because he's found his happy thought. So he is flying around and just kind of getting the hang of things again. And so my uncle passed away, and I was like, well, what's a cool thing I can do to honor him? And I thought it would be cool to become the first national championship player from UF to learn how to fly. So I've always had my head in the clouds as a kid, and part of the reason was for watching movies like Hook. And today I get to do that. So I promise you, your dreams are better when you live them. They're better when they become real. They're great in your mind, but you want to always work towards living your dreams, because that is what's going to ultimately make you happy. So I appreciate you hanging out with me for the duration of this presentation. And as I said, there were 7 secrets to helping your dreams become real, but there's actually a bonus 8th. So because you have stayed with me this length of time here, I am going to offer you the opportunity to get my 8th secret. And that is really the missing link to what you need to apply to be able to achieve your goals and dreams. Pretty much what I talked about was mindset, but I promise you that tool that I will send you if you message me on facebook.com/BrandonKendrick25 or send me an email at BrandonKendrick22@gmail.com. I will forward you that tool, and I promise you, you will thank me if you use that tool. You will be in a position where you can achieve dreams that you don't even think are possible. So Again, thank you guys for hanging out with me. I hope that you got value from this. I love to connect with everybody. So as I said, connect with me on Facebook and keep in contact with me and let me know whether this helped you guys. And here's to your dream. Here's to, you living your purpose. And I appreciate you guys hanging out with me the length of time that you've been here. And as I said, I want to hear the stories. I want to hear, if this helps you down the road, I want you to reach out to me and tell me that, the time that I spent with you, which we spent time together, was worth it because I helped you to realize your dreams. So outside of that, we are all wrapped up. And like I said, I look forward to hearing from each and every one of you on Facebook or emailing. And I will send you that free gift as a thank you for hanging with me to the end. God bless, and we will talk to you guys soon.